Can I ask you a question?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Are you able to help me?
I can't help you with that, sir. You obviously haven't thought this.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Or are you just annoying I can't these help people you on with that,
purpose?
sir.
Is this familiar to you?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
This isn't working.
May I ask you
You might
something?
need a different tack.
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
It's as if a storm went through here.
Theo Doro từng đi dạo. Rồi ok, hello anh em, chào mừng anh em đã quay trở lại với. Ồ, sao tôi phải quan tâm đến vấn đề mấy người trước khi mấy người tiền là cảnh sát tiến hành. Đấy, sau khi mất sau thì mình mới dùng cái đòn kia được. Húc cho đổ cả cành cây luôn này. Đúng thêm hiện trường để xem mà liệu có thằng nào nó làm giải hiện trường hay không. Đúng không? Dịch trạng. Mấy anh chị ra ngoài đi, phá tự đi suy luận. Gì vụ này? Có bắt được rồi làm sao? Có một đó, như vậy là mình biết được là có một thằng lạ mặt đứng đấy này. Còn vai trò là gì chúng ta chưa rõ này. Đầu tiên cái này trước tôi. À ngon, hôm nay biết. Coi như thế thì không thể nào có chuyện mà người dân xung quanh không biết đâu chạy đâu đúng không? Nó là chuyện vô lý. Phải qua đấy biết chứ. À ngon, hôm nay biết.
Do you know anything about this?
I'll help you, sir. You have my full attention.
Do drop in any time. How do you do? Look who's here.
Okay, hear me out. If an elephant falls in the forest and there's no one around to...
John, no.
Oh, you're such a killjoy. So many jokes I could think of.
Đi chạy tố lưu.
What if we're lucky and he's...
May I ask
Khổ
you
hỏi hôm
something?
nay cái xem nào. Tốt. Nó chạy từ hướng nào? Hỏi kinh. Đâu hả con? Kinh. Thúc cho đ...
Hear me out.
Mới bị gãy thôi, con voi có chạy qua đây.
Okay, hear me out. If an elephant falls in the forest and there's no one around to... John, no... Oh, you're such a killjoy.
Nó chạy tiếp vào đây chăng? Đây rồi, chạy tiếp vào đây rồi. Vòng ra đây, chạy lên đây, ok.
Strange. It was hung with care. The game has escaped us for now. We'll find a solution to the elephant problem later.
Ôi xuống dưới nước. Không, ngẫu nhiên búng lên.
I've never heard.
Đây. Đây này. Ok chưa? Thế mà mình đã tưởng tượng yếu quá sao là có một mình luôn đi. Hóa ra voi không cẩn thận mà thế nhau nó đúng cái lúc mình cần đến tìm ông ý để hỏi về cái chết của bà mẹ nhá. Soát cái cảm xúc dẫn đến quay về là vào được nhà ông ý đấy.
The game has escaped us for now. We'll find
Lấy
a
cái chìa khóa
solution to
rồi
the
anh em ạ.
elephant problem later.
Mình lấy cái chìa khóa rồi. Thế là quay về là vào được nhà ông ý đấy. Như vậy là cái chết của ông ấy là hoàn toàn là tai nạn à? Nuôi voi không cẩn thận mà thế theo nó đúng cái lúc mình cần đến tìm ông ý để hỏi về cái
Chúng ta chờ đợi là đây, đội được giao bóng ở trong hiệp đấu đầu tiên đó cao thủ về phía LAFC và chúng ta không biến ngay hiệp đấu đầu tiên. Trong cao thủ về LAFC sẽ bảo vệ ở phần sân bên phía bên trái bất kỳ anh. Cao thủ về phía của Inter Miami sẽ bảo vệ ở phần sân bên phía tay phải. Một pha để mất bóng nguy hiểm và đây là cơ hội dành cho bên phía của LAFC. Nào thôi, buông. Bên phía cánh phải rất nhiều. Đó mới là những gì mà mình mong được trông đợi. Hay quá các bạn ơi. Những lần mình chứng kiến cái ông thần này thi đấu gần như là pha chỉ đến cá nhân và rất điểm thiếu chính xác của Bồ Đào Nha, và một lần nữa ông này đã thể hiện ra điều này ở trong trận đấu này. Một pha xử lý có phần cá nhân của Bồ Đào Nha thì không phải đường truyền về cho Carlos Vela mà ngay lập tức người đội trưởng về phía của rồi tấn công sẽ cho bên phía LAFC. Đây rồi thì nguy hiểm vẫn rất điểm không đâu. Quá tuyệt vời các bạn. Một pha bóng mà Greg Calendar đã cứu mình từ công thành bên phía của Inter Miami. Đấy rồi, liên tiếpเป็นdấu hiệu lành. Có thể đó là một tấn công nguy hiểm. Không sao cả, mọi người bên phía của Inter Miami vẫn đạt được sự quyền. Lịch bắt quả chất lượng luôn. Tiếp tục thuộc về cho bên phía của LAFC. Đến Sanchez. Đấy đái tí đâu, không biết gì phải lo cả. Pha bắt bóng như thế thì xứng đáng được tên tuyển là điều hiển nhiên rồi. Mà yên tâm, pha như thế không phải cơ hội nhiều nhất gì đâu. Và phản đối đến từ bên phía của Inter Miami. Và nó đến dâng cao của trung vệ Christophe. Và đã tổ chức nguy hiểm vừa rồi đến từ bên phía của LAFC. Hơi đái. Nhưng mà vị trí của anh Lịch đã có một pha băng ra hợp lý. Tình huống này anh Lịch cố tình huống lao ra khép bóng chuẩn xác thì anh em ơi. Vẫn đang là Messi. Đường truyền của Lionel Messi và đây là cho Myanmar. Đường truyền vào không ơi. Rất nguy hiểm không đâu. Đây rồi đường truyền hay này. Rồi chú báo ấy rồi. Rất nguy hiểm không ơi. Một không dành cho các đồng đội đây. Đây rồi. Những gì mà chúng ta chơi đây rồi. Một không dành cho Inter Miami. Và một của Paris. Một tình huống tấn công mà tưởng chừng như không có quá nhiều nguy hiểm. Nhưng phần của đội Paris đã chứng minh nhiều hơn vậy. Chúng ta cùng xem lại tình huống này. Tình huống này cứ tưởng là sự có mặt của chú báo này, nhưng không có chú báo ở đây cả, mà đó những chú báo đi theo phòng thủ về phía của LAFC. Một quả to số và tung ra một cú dứt điểm mặc dù nó hơi cầu trượt một tí, nhưng không sao. Bóng đã tìm được cột sau của thành về phía của thủ thành trộn McCarthy và đi vào lưới. Rất chất và một không dành cho đội Inter Miami. Messi đã chạy đến và ôm ngay người đồng đội của mình. Và đây sẽ là tôi phản công dành cho đội phía của LAFC. Rồi, rất điểm. Không ơi! Biết thủ này đang tự để lại cái cơ hội trong. Chúng ta cùng xem lại pha bóng lần này, cơ hội dành cho ai? Lại tiếp tục là trung báo muôn cả. Ui giời ơi, học ai không học thì học cái cú dứt điểm kiểu này. Đấy rồi tôi phản công, rất quý thôi, không ơi. Đó là cú dứt điểm của Mario Gonzalez. Ngày hôm nay mà ám quẻ cả bên phía LAFC nữa thì đúng phải công nhận cái vía của Châu được kinh khủng thật. Đúng, đấy rồi Carlos Vela, tôi để cho LAFC. Rất quý không ơi. Bé à, đây lại cho tiến sân to lên nào. Khi trở lại pha bóng mưa rồi. Có kiểu mình đội Superman không nhỉ? Messi cầm bóng với nhìn các cầu thủ của LAFC kìa. Vụ ấy như kia đây rồi Messi. Rất đáng tiếc dành cho Messi. Một pha xử lý quay từ bạn trưởng Bùi. Mỗi đội có tình huống vừa rồi thì cũng điểm không thành công. Chưa pha bóng của mình vừa bắt ra thì vẫn vẫn đưa được cái tay ra. Ông này trong vùng chơi viên viên thì sao mà vươn cái tay ra xoài thế. Selena Gomez cũng đang vô phát triển sân vận động lúc này. Và còn phải há bộ một đợt xử lý của bác trưởng Bùi. Messi đừng kể trong cái lưỡi của Messi tôi đã cho Inter Miami. Bộ một đợt xử lý của bác trưởng Bùi. Messi đừng kể trong cái lưỡi của Messi tôi đã cho Inter Miami. Hai không dành cho Inter Miami. Một trận kiến tạo dành cho Messi, một bàn thắng dành cho Jorginho và 2-0 dành cho Inter Miami. Rất tuyệt vời. Một pha chọc khe nó phải gọi là lênh láng đến từ Lionel Messi và pha dứt điểm chất lượng của Jorginho. Chúng ta cùng xem lại tình huống vừa rồi. Hãy cùng quay trở lại nào với tình huống mà Lionel Messi đã có một cú dừng hình để phát hiện được người đồng đội của mình và sau đó là cú sửa lòng cực tốt của Jorginho. Lộ nguyên hình này, đây là lộ nguyên hình này. Lộ nguyên hình là trận kiến tạo hàng đầu, được chưa? Không cần phải ghi bàn. Kiến tạo này có bàn, thế là được rồi. Và cô mình có tiếng cô của trọng tài và bất tốc đến từ vị trí của phòng 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 yes, quạt rồi. Đấy rồi. Và cũng đội bơi đã quyết tâm xuất điểm trong vào vừa rồi. Chơi bài tình huống mà phòng đội bơi đã có một tình huống chơi bóng trong sự kìm kẹp của hai cầu thủ bên phía của LAFC đang tiếp tay đó là cú dứt điểm để bóng đi ra ngoài. Lời bóng cho rất tuyệt vời. Vừa định gáy ra một con gà lại cho một tí này. Chưa có bạn đang dành cho bên LAFC. Khi mà mình vẫn đang bốc bệnh đó thì muốn được tầm nguy hiểm của như là buồn gà lại có cơ hội. Nhưng gà lại đỡ tốt hơn nữa là mình chiến thắng. Đến giờ rồi ạ. Nào thì đúng không, bây giờ đón 7 chúng ta đến với phần quảng cáo một lần nữa. Mà từ từ ra chuyển nốt pha đến đánh của đội tuyển LAFC đã nào ơi. Đúng rất nhiều đã đưa nó đi ra ngoài. Rồi thế này thì xứng đáng được quảng cáo chúng ta cùng đến đây với là nhà cái rất đất trống đồng những cái đang đâu thế này. Những cầu đặt của bóng những quảng cáo rất là bên dưới màn hình đặt những tài khoản đặt cược bao nhiêu thời gian người đầu trả được 100% phần trăm thực hiện trong 3 phút. Akuno Varias, Messi, đấy rồi Messi, Varias xuất hiện, không vào. này đá chắc chắn quá các bác ơi, đường chuyên. Không rơi tay, không cho Inter Miami, Messi. Vẫn đang là Messi. Và bà đá, làm gì đây, dữ liệu. Ba không dành cho Inter Miami. Không phải kiến tạo cho các trường mồi. Và ba bạn dành cho Inter Miami. Đúng không? Chắc chắn là như vậy rồi. Nếu mẹ cầu các bạn ạ, có lẽ sẽ tâm sự sống trước mơ trong trận đấu ngày hôm nay. Một pha phòng ngự hớn đến từ bên phía của LFC. Messi đã có một cơ hội nhưng quyết định chuyền lại cho Cabana. Và cú dựa lòng chân trái của thủ này đã không phụ lòng Messi cho pha bóng này. Rất chất lượng. Thật sự là rất chất lượng các bác ơi. Dứt điểm bén trước kìa. Có bác nào bảo gỗ nhỉ? Nhưng mà thật ra thì gỗ đến mấy tình huống này có khi được bàn thì cũng rất là đáng trách. Ủa vào, đánh không, trận quyền. Và tỷ số được rút ngắn đội 3-1 dành cho LAFC. Cuối cùng đã có bàn thắng dành cho đội chủ nhà. Đó là bàn thắng của Cristiano Ronaldo. 6 phút đá bù giờ. Vừa rồi không đầu với cuộc mà của anh tìm tới hôn xét đây là tiếng thôi của trọng tài đã cắt lên trong khi đó LAFC đã kết thúc với tỷ số 3-1 dành cho Inter Miami. Chiến thắng dành cho Messi cùng những hai đồng đội của mình. Ba bàn thắng đầu tiên đến từ Inter Miami cũng phải là công của Jordi Marcelo Farias và Leonardo Campana. Và dơ dạc duy nhất từ bên phía của LAFC đó là pha lập công của Holyhead. Và như vậy là buổi tư vấn trực tiếp trong video của LAFC và Inter Miami đã kết thúc ở đây rồi.
get the worst jobs? Oh, why do I get the worst jobs? Oh, why do I get the worst jobs?
You. Who are you?
My name is Sherlock Holmes. Theodore Gilden was...
Did you kill him? Did you kill the elephant?
It's not in the yard anymore. It escaped into the forest.
You can't let it go. What if it returns?
I highly doubt that, Miss.
Imogen Gilden. Please, I beg of you, find that dreadful beast that killed my father.
I suppose we do need to learn what happened. Can you tell me what happened? From the very start.
I was here, so I didn't see how it began. My father visits the enclosure every morning to wake up Goliath. Today, I heard the elephant scream. I've never heard such a horrifying sound. My heart stopped. I knew something was wrong. I looked through my window and saw how it lifted my father up by his neck. I rushed downstairs. I saw it dragging my father as if he were a doll. I threw stones at it. It dropped my father's body and charged outside, screaming. Its roar was almost human. I was frightened, so I ran inside and hid here.
That is a terrifying experience, Miss Gilden. I'm sorry you had to go through it.
Thank you. Goliath must be caught, Mr. Holmes.
Well, thank you for the information, Miss Gilden. I did have some questions for your father. Perhaps you might help me with them?
I wasn't privy to much of my father's life, and it's very hard to think of anything at all with Goliath still loose. Please, Mr. Holmes.
Very well. Do you mind if I ask you more questions if I find anything that might help?
Anything to catch that monster.
Miss Gilden, I was on this island 10 years ago, and your father knew my mother. I believe I even had the opportunity to ride that balloon outside, but I do not recall seeing you.
I lived at my late mother's in Sheffield at the time. I'm in no spirit to reminisce right now. The elephant is out there.
You've never heard the name Violet Holmes before? Perhaps your father...
Please, Mr. Holmes. With that beast roaming free, I can't think of anything.
Very well. I have to leave you for now. A commendable effort to barricade the windows. The nicest spot in the room. Mr. Gilden spent hours of his life right here.
Staring at an elephant's backside.
What a wonderful life.
A partnership annulled with a single stroke of a pen. A catchy title. What's so special about this place? Another elephant? I should take a photograph of the plants. I don't want to carry them around.
Looks eccentric and smells eccentric.
Oh, the pungent stench of an animal.
Did Theodore seek some pink elephants with this?
A relatively functional choice to replace the finger. I think Miss Gilden has barely matured. I think they were closer than you and me, John.
I'm hurt.
From before Mycroft was born, our family loves to prod at the past. Mother. It's nice to see her young and smiling.
Holmes's desire to rake up the past is hereditary.
Quite the spectrum, from the history of the Roman Empire to conspiracy theories of the French Revolution. Quite the spectrum, from the history of the Roman Empire to conspiracy theories of the French Revolution. His second child? An apparent son and heir, I'd say. Had Goliath been aggressive before?
It's dangerous, but it was never aggressive near my father. My father would do anything for Goliath. All the elephant had to do was clap its ears.
You envied him, the elephant, I mean?
Our house is called the House of Ivory. I've heard some people refer to me as the Ivory Girl. And my room stinks of the animal, as if it's me who lives in a pen and not Goliath. It's not envy, Mr. Holmes. It's just incredibly difficult to live like this.
And, which part of the elephant is in here? It's quite pungent.
Oh, that. It's elephant sweat. Father believed that it might replace traditional ambergris.
Well, that's true entrepreneur spirit.
I don't have any thoughts on this.
Did you observe anyone else in the yard? Any of your servants, perhaps?
Servants? Do you imagine that we would have any with Goliath? No one wishes to work in this house, even for double pay. I didn't see anyone else. Only my father and that diabolical beast. I can't think of anything else right now.
An amount of attention that most can only dream of.
Cái chết của bà mẹ nhá. Trường
I get the worst.
thân với nhau. Từng rồi. Nào kinh. Sao nó có thể lại lùng như vậy? Xin anh đi bắt con voi đi đã. Mình phải đưa ra chứng cứ đã nhá. Cô chị đã. Phòng tôi bốc mùi thối của động vật. Cô lại lên. Cô trước đây con voi chưa giờ gây hấn cả. Em là con voi đâu. Mà đây tiếng hét tiếng còn có dọn đi đâu ấy. Qua này chúng ta sẽ cùng giải đáp trong phần chơi sau. Rất cảm ơn tất cả các em theo dõi. Trước lúc mà Minecraft chưa ra đời thì chắc là chưa cái tắm luôn tay à tay là bạn đồng hành có thôi là có những cái gì rồi nào. Rồi ok, chúng ta cứ thu thập đi đã anh em ạ, và chúng ta sẽ kết luận sau. Phòng này có vẻ, tôi nghĩ có vẻ là hết rồi đấy, không còn cái gì đâu. Bản kế hoạch thi công bồn tắm ngà voi. Rồi, cái tên axit bị gạch. Ok. À đây, mày quá. Ok chưa? Bản theo kỹ công. À đây. Chết, lại quên mất cái nút chụp hình rồi. À đây, mày quá. Thấy chưa? Bị ngà voi. Tuy nhiên thì vì một cái sức mích nào đấy mà khiến cho ông ấy xóa cả tên thanh niên kia đi, thì có thể thanh niên kia mang cái mối thù và giết. Đó là một manh mối, ok? Bao giờ cũng thế, chúng ta phải chọn lọc ra các cái đối tượng. Bức ảnh chiến thắng này dành cho em và chỉ riêng em. Chung kết cuộc đua dành cho bọn hải đăng của anh. Bức ảnh của im một manh mối nào đấy mà khiến cho ông gì ngọ thân thấy. Bắt đầu tuổi đây là vật. Ông này còn được một tập sức dụng nữa. Quên mất cái nút kế hoạch. Ông ghi. Không, bức ảnh này tôi đoán là bức ảnh là bà cái chụp trước khi Minecraft ra đời. Chắc là hóa ra là mẹ của Sherlock Holmes mà chơi thật. Yêu quý voi. Ông ngắm con voi à? Cứ ngồi đấy. Là tôi nghi lắm là có sự tham gia của thằng người yêu vào cái chết của ông bố nào. Đây là cứ ngồi đấy, ông nhìn ra bên ngoài nhỉ? Ông ngắm thành dương. Lịch sử của đế chế La Mã. Kinh, ông này đủ các thể loại sách luôn. Còn rất thật nhỉ? Còn chụp cả ảnh đồ cổ ấy. Chứ lúc mà chữ gì đấy người có tên là axit. Chết, lại quên xóm hai của nào luôn. Thực sự thì có liên quan đến vấn đề. Ở đây có cái gì đây? Lấy gỗ làm gì? Đúng rồi, tôi quên mất. Sorry anh em, đầu óc này tối quá. Cái này là mùi nước hoa động vật ạ. Tạo nên mùi của động vật kinh chứ. Không hiểu. Tấm ảnh năm 1868. Đây là đứa con gái đúng không? Cô Ginden vừa đến tuổi cập kê đấy. Bắt đầu tuổi yêu mà. Tuổi ăn, tuổi Đấy, xem bây giờ như nào đây? Còn gì nữa nhở? Một 877. Ai ông này chụp cả con voi đây. Ngọ thân thiết hơn cả tôi với cậu. Thân thiết hơn cả con thì còn gì để nói. Được rồi, ok. Chúng ta cứ thu thập đi đã anh em ạ, và chúng ta sẽ kết luận sau. Phòng này có vẻ, tôi nghĩ có vẻ là hết rồi đấy. không còn cái gì đâu. Nào, xem xong cái dữ kiện của mình là có những cái gì rồi nào. Bản kế hoạch thi công bồn tắm ngà voi. Rồi, cái tên A ship bị gạch. Ok. Như vậy là chúng ta có thể là có một cái manh mối nhá, là có thể là thanh niên A ship vì ngày xưa từng là bạn đồng hành cùng với cả ông Kim cho bắt. Với cái đoạn nói phía sau là chiến thắng này dành cho em và chỉ riêng em, chung kết.
This young lady has a childish interest for her age. I can always recognize the spirit of a true artist. From before my... She packed as much as she could carry. So idyllic. Enjoy your happily ever after before it stales. Ugh, the same dull poses on all romantic photographs. False idols? Oh, sounds utterly dreary.
Hey, Sherry, we need to talk. You found false idols. We need to find the remaining two.
What does bazooka even mean? Would this paper be good for anything but blowing one's nose on?
They're not rubbish, Sherry. There's something more. I'm serious.
Very well. I doubt it'll be worth it, but I will find them for you, John.
You'll thank me later. They're some of the most imaginative books I've ever read.
What did you say?
Speaking aloud helps me think. I found this. Who's this young lad next to you, your faithful knight?
Paul. He's my pirate. He's not really a pirate. I just call him that. It probably sounds very silly.
Your secret is safe in my hands. Does Paul work somewhere? What is his surname?
His name is Paul Perks. He and his yacht Whirlpool are the champions of the Salacia Yacht Club. He sails there. I'll show you where it is on the map if you need to meet him.
A yachting champion? Well, that will be a first. I prefer dry land. And so does my suit. These bags of yours, it looks as if you've packed your entire room. Were you planning on going somewhere?
My partner and I, we wanted a change, a fresh start abroad. But now I have to stay here. Here, an orphan.
A. Swift, is this name familiar to you? Your father had it removed from this plan.
Oh, that's Arthur Swift. I've seen him a couple of times here. He works with my father in the old city, digging up something ancient.
He is an archaeologist?
That's the word, yes. But to be truthful, I really don't think Mr. Swift is fit to be one. I've just learnt a lot about archaeology from my favourite book series. Oh, they are page-turners.
Inspirational, I'm sure, but would you happen to know where this Mr. Swift might be found?
I don't, but perhaps you can find out somewhere. My father's work with him is all official, Lots of boring legal papers with signatures and stuff.
I have to leave you for now. How can you read something like this? It's hard to swallow, and that's not due to the hard cover.
You're hardly serious. Any library without Nabe and Laura is incomplete. If you can read, then these books are an absolute must. Love and adventure. They're about life.
Oh, I wasn't aware that exploding pyramids were a part of daily life on Cordona.
You haven't seen life, so you might try reading about it at least.
Is this familiar to you?
That's a question I can answer.
Tôi đã khổ cuộc đua trong một cái cuộc sáng. Phòng riêng trong phía nam câu lạc bộ chuyển khẩu riêng.
May I ask you something?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Is this familiar to you?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Có một nước không thuốc trong cửa tự động trên thì sẽ khô về tại câu lạc bộ. Tình trạng là rất kỳ tiền tại trên cửa rưỡi người đi thật sẽ bị phạt một cái.
Bloodied bandages. Has someone been hurt? The Champion's Whirlpool. Pools bread and butter. A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea.
You should have a warning to cover your ears.
A foghorn to navigate and warn others at sea. Sails of hatred. I suppose there is something for everyone, including champions.
Who knew archaeology could be so exciting?
Exciting is certainly a word.
Where would a champion hide a key?
Đồ sạch.
Are you able to help me?
Excuse me? What? I'm not sure I know.
May I ask you something?
I can't help you with that, sir.
It's chilling to think the monster is free. It's chilling to think the monster is free.
She packed as much as she could carry.
có thể tài sản đấy phải giết, bị ông bố đối xử quá tàn tệ, cho nên là đó, hỏi về vụ túi đồ đóng gói đâu vào phiêu lưu rồi. Như vậy là em này cuộc sống rất bay bổng nhá. Ủa cái gì đấy? Ủa khiếp, mẹ thanh niên rôn trông này, vãi cả bơi. Bó tay, còi sương mù tiếng rất to. Mình còn nhá, ăn nổi cái cơn. Đây rồi, băng bó vết. Chắc chắn luôn mà. Khó nhỉ. Của thằng kia anh em ạ, tàu của thằng Pol, tàu Winpool, đúng rồi. Cái sinh nhai của dạ kinh nhở. 1877 là năm của Winpool. Game này là chúng ta muốn tìm nó phải ghim đúng chứng cứ anh em ạ, không có là vỡ mồm ngay. Hơi bị cong mới tháo gần đây. Ôi sửa chìa khóa đây rồi. Giỏi chèo thuyền hơn là giấu chìa khóa. Ok, thank you Vinamilk. Đấy, có chìa khóa để mở phòng này thằng này rồi anh em ạ. Tôi nghĩ chắc chắn.
Bloodied bandages. Has someone been hurt? I hope Paul is more skilled at yachting than he is at hiding keys. Bloodied bandages. To earn big, you have to spend big. Additional earnings to sweeten the victory. An interesting place for a message to a champion. Old betting slips. Paul always bets on Whirlpool. One victory after another. Mr. Gilden wasn't afraid to get his hands dirty. An expensive set of tools for woodwork. An amateur wouldn't know how to use these. A box full of darts. Each has a needle and can be loaded with drugs. Shipbuilding, shipwright's tricks, sail weaving. Do you know anything about this?
I can't help you with that, sir.
Chắn là nó rồi, không có ai vào đây. Hợp đến như thế. Áo đi đét mày. Bà không được bất chợt rời đi. Bọn tao cần mày lấy những chiếc mày từ cuộc đua là sao? Thằng Paul từng tham gia một cái thỏa thuận nào đấy và bị một cái bọn nó đe dọa anh em ạ. Có vẻ liên quan đến vấn đề tiền nong gì rồi. Ok, cung điện cước ngay. Ai, Theodore đã đe dọa Paul. Dẫn đến coi như là đánh chết người, không phải nhà kho hảo chăng? Sao không phải nhở? Mình vẫn chưa đủ ấy à? Rồi ghim này lại đã, để mình có được cái bằng chứng quan trọng này đã. Làm mộc tiêu để ném thuốc. Lên phòng bắt đầu cứ lên để mua cả cái hộp đầy phi tiêu để làm cái gì, đúng không? Tại sao lại cần cái hộp đầy phi tiêu? Quay lại cái phòng là nó sẽ ta khám phá ra một cái chứng cứ mới là chúng ta ghim nó lại xong là nó sẽ có thể xuất hiện những cái manh mối đấy để biết.
Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think. Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think. Undeniably psychotropes. Not for toothache, I think.
Ngay mà. Thấy cái buôn thuốc. Này mà tôi chưa. Này nó giấu, bọn này nó buôn thuốc anh em ạ. Trà điển hình đấy. Bọn này nó giấu, bọn này nó buôn thuốc anh em ạ.
A typical tea tin. I wonder what he has for biscuits.
Oi! Hands off my possessions before you lose your fingers. Are you illiterate? The rules are written everywhere.
Ah, Mr. Perks, the cabin boy himself.
Champion, you mean? I was right. You are illiterate. I think a couple of shiners might teach you. One last chance. Who are you?
I'm Sherlock Holmes, a friend of our mutual acquaintance, Miss Imogen.
Look, you artichoke. Imogen has no friends. Except for me.
If you must try to insult people, it's better to know the meanings of the words that you're using.
You fancy you could teach a sailor to swear? Go ahead. Show me how inventive you are.
Stand still for a moment. I'm impressed by how well a woman can handle a yacht and endure so many hardships on the open sea. The revelation of your nature could well humiliate so many rich men here, not to mention how you have broken the rules. But I understand. You've done this to forge a real career in the sport. But tell me something. Has no one asked you why you don't grow a beard?
Shh! Have you been following me? You better not be wanting to end my career, because I swear you'll regret it if I get outed.
Damn you, Paul. I'm sick of... Who's this peacock? Does he know who I am?
I definitely know who you are not. You're not a dictionary reader, at least. I wanted to see how you... pals interact with each other in your natural habitat. But I'm afraid I have to interfere.
I'm coming.
No more crime for you until next month. Take a rest, my friend. Don't bother.
The snuff's ready. Time to knock this guy out.
Coming.
Don't cry.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I'm gonna hurt you.
He's all yours now. Go for it.
Don't bother moving.
The snuff's ready.
I'm gonna hurt you. I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
The snuff's ready. Time to knock this guy out.
Don't cry, you'll live.
Give him the pepper snuff. And there's no reward for risking our lives.
Paul's explanation will suffice. Your fellow mariners have a strange way of showing hospitality.
They were not my friends.
Are you sure? I would rather risk my neck for someone who's at least honest and thankful.
Perhaps then don't enter someone's life and be so judgmental, pretending you're better than they are.
Then give me your perspective and allow me to see through your eyes. What were you doing this morning, Miss Perks?
Don't call me that. I'm a champion. I was sailing.
The other club members told me that you missed the race this morning. Do champions not need to practice?
Ugh, you've talked with them already. No, I wasn't racing. I visited the doctor after that attack on me. And then I had to honor the deal with the bandits you just took care of.
I tried to tell you before, but your partners interrupted. Have you heard the news? Theodore Gilden is dead. Do you have anything to say?
Well, what a shock. To me, he was an angry old ogre. Good riddance. Was it Goliath that killed him? Did it crush him? Break his bones? Come on, tell me. I want all the details.
You have an unusual way of showing grief. Imogen wouldn't appreciate that. But yes, the animal could have been involved.
It's poetic in a way, isn't it? It takes a beast to kill a monster. I wish I could have been that elephant.
You're asking for trouble with this smuggling business. You'd better leave it before they smuggle you out in a barrel.
Don't patronize me. I've only ever had trouble with law-abiding citizens like Gilden and you, never bandits. So ask me anything you want, and then get out of my sight. I don't know what you're suggesting. I'm clueless.
You smuggle illicit psychotropes on your yacht. Not a delivery for the hospital, I'm sure.
Of course not. I've had to cut corners to earn some money. How might a person afford to pay for a yacht in an honest way? I don't know, although I'm smart. The buyers are my customers. Adults who are willing to pay for their pleasure, or weapons for jewels. Whatever they want me to deliver. Nothing criminal.
Well, it's your lucky day. I'm not here because of smuggling. Have you tasted this tea yourself?
I wouldn't have been a champion if I had used it. It's just a side business that keeps my career afloat. It's quite expensive to compete in yachting. Sometimes I cut corners.
Such as fixing whirlpool yourself?
Exactly. And sometimes I just have to pay. That's how I earn money. I don't sell slaves or take the last mangear from a poor family.
Look what I found. A box full of darts.
Hey, that's mine.
I confiscated it. These darts appear to be filled with something. Poison? How powerful is it?
It's strychnine. Enough to instantly kill a small rodent. I haven't tried it on a human. Yet. I hope you know what you're doing.
Could it immobilize a larger animal? Say, an elephant?
I've never tried, but I have wondered.
It seems as though Theodore Gilden hung a sword of Damocles over your life and career. Were these only words, or something more serious?
Check my forearm. Pulled muscles and bruises. Small cuts. Nothing that you could call serious.
I doubt that a man in his late 50s could wrestle you.
It wasn't him. He behaved like a rat and hired brutes. His boys tried to lock my hands behind my back, but I was faster and I escaped.
Was he so protective of his daughter, or was it your feminine secret that provoked him?
My guess is that he was protecting his property. As he saw it, he owned Imogen, and he treated her like a piece of furniture. He didn't want his daughter to be loved by anyone. What's more painful is that Theodore didn't allow me to love his daughter. Typical.
I'm not sure that your relationship with Imogen could be described as typical.
Are you afraid of a woman in trousers? Now that's typical of men.
Between yachts, darts, and notes from bandits, I've discovered many fascinating facts about you. But this, An installment of Nabe and Laura's adventures. Why did you sully your library with this?
It's a gift from Imogen. I didn't buy it. I might have turned a couple of pages, but nothing more. I swear.
I will give you the benefit of the doubt, but your literary taste has put you on my blacklist. A charming picture. I've heard that champions do often pose with their trophies.
Cheeky. It is a lovely trophy, though. I'm sure you will agree.
What is it that you like most about her? Her naivety? Her father's money?
A somewhat difficult choice. Especially now that her father is out of the equation.
A. Swift. Are you familiar with this name? The gentleman had business with Mr. Gilden.
Likely just another strange and wrinkled fellow like old Gilden was. Perhaps this Swift person has a rhino, and they wanted to see which pet was stronger. In other words, I don't know who he is, but I bet he's crazy like Theodore.
I doubt that court owner has ever boasted a battle arena for that size of mammal. You have an interesting imagination. Imogen doesn't strike me as an industrious young lady, so I find it strange that she was busy packing up all her belongings when Mr. Gilden died. That's some favorable wind in your sails, isn't it?
Is it so suspicious that a couple might embark on a trip? I wanted to thank her, so we planned to go traveling. A Theodore-free place, without elephants.
The timing of it is suspicious, however. Your lady friend becomes an orphan and heir, and there's a planned trip directly afterwards.
An improvised romantic dinner will never please a spoiled girl. A planned voyage might. It's not spur of the moment.
Does this knife seem familiar? I didn't find it in your competitor's back, to be clear.
This knife is as blunt as your humor. It's a bosun's knife, but it's not mine. I wouldn't be so careless as to mislay my tools. I don't know what you're suggesting.
What can you tell me about the elephant?
He's smarter than some people here, including his owner. Although I feel he could be dangerous, no matter how much he's fed.
Why is that? Have you ever seen Goliath attack anyone?
Well, not exactly. But I saw it, abusing some poor tree during one of its walks with Theodore. The expression on that old ninny's face was priceless. But it wasn't funny to look at. Believe me, it was frightening. Just be quick!
Tòa thị chính à? Biết đâu là mình tới cái tòa thị chính này có thể có thông tin gì đấy về... Bởi vì là nó sẽ có những cái chỗ giữ tài liệu đúng không? Tài liệu về những công dân ở trong thành phố đúng không? Bởi vì là một thành phố nó bao giờ trong tòa thị chính giống như kiểu là thông tin về tất vụ án. Nhưng đổi lại một... Đây rồi. Công ty trách nhiệm hữu hạn của Ginden và Swift. Như vậy là hai công ty chung nhá. Đây, khu vực làm việc ở Old City. Ok, tìm kiếm thử xem nào. Tìm kiếm cái gì cả. Khu vực làm việc ở Old City. Ok. Làm ăn như vậy thì đối tượng có thể sẽ là doanh nhân. Giai đoạn tôi cũng chưa rõ giai đoạn nào nhé. Sổ đăng ký, tôi nghĩ là tài liệu pháp lý này. Chứ nói
With your love for archives, you would have made the perfect bureaucrat.
I remember the monument. Cordona's legendary pirate, the Robin Hood of the place. Do you recall it, John?
I do. I wonder if... What is that?
Karim of the Silver Hand, the pirate with a golden heart. I told you I remembered him.
Hey Sherlock, I'm up here. Guess what I've found? A riddle, and it's about a treasure. Listen to this.
What? John, you've surpassed yourself.
Come on, Sherry, this is... Just like the old days. Sherlock and John on a pirate's treasure adventure.
From day to night, I don't stand. You're being an eyesore. No entry for you. From day to night, Aiden stands there, recruiting non-rebellious workers for... From day to night, I...
It's simple. Now then.
Stop blocking the view.
Come, come.
Don't miss out on my unique clothes. Don't pass by. Welcome, welcome.
Excuse me, just one question.
We cry for help. You do nothing. So when you ask for help, why should we speak?
May I ask for your assistance?
You shouldn't have left your mansion. You won't get any answers from me.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking? About what, and dressed as what?
May I ask you something?
Why don't you go and ask your rich friends?
Nó chả liên quan đến khai sinh kết hôn, thể sẽ là bà già đây. Khu vực này ngày xưa từng làm cái pháo đài. Anh em ạ. Dàn đâu City nó là pháo đài ngày xưa. Có nghe trộm được ai nói chuyện ở đây có bơi. Khai thác ấn áo sơ mi không phải. Nợ tiền không thể. Ồ người Anh, có liên quan người Anh. Rồi. Tôi nghe lỏm được rằng để vào được địa điểm khai quật tôi cần phải được thuê. Một người đó có một vài chúng tôi sẹo. Không có cửa cho mày đâu. Ôi, mẹ lại phải chạy về tận đây à. Tôi phải chọn cái kia đã. Đây, địa điểm khai. Thằng có vết sẹo cổ. Chuyển đây là ngon rồi. Người Thổ Nhĩ Kỳ đây, vết sẹo trên cổ đây. Ok.
Người trên nó được.
Stop blocking the view. Stop blocking the view.
Cào vào. Mình thử vào mẹ tuyển người cái xem anh ơi, tuyển em vào làm anh ơi.
Blocking the view.
Làm nào? Chỉ tìm kiếm những người làm việc có thái độ ủng hộ người Anh ấy hả? Làm sao để biết được là
Oriental rugs.
Don't miss out on my you. Let's pick something that suits you. A good choice. A good choice indeed.
Stop blocking the view.
Là thái độ ủng hộ người Anh là như nào? Hay tôi phải cải trang nhỉ? Rồi cải trang siêu nhân. Làm sao để biết được là đây? Mấy cái biểu tượng này là gì? À đây có biểu tượng này. Thợ mỏ thợ miếc gì này? Đây là cái này như là cái mức độ tương đồng.
Don't pass by. Let's pick something that suits you.
Mức độ là quý tộc. Còn cái này là chết rồi, tôi làm gì có quần áo công nhân công nhước gì? Có cái nào quần áo giống công nhân không? Phải đi mua gần giống công nhân. Có quần áo rồi. Đây anh em ạ, bây giờ tôi phải chọn mà tôi lại mới không, cái kia là sai rồi. Từ lại nhá, nó phải là chuyển sang màu xanh cơ. Thế là lúc nãy cái này vô gia cư rồi. Cái này phải giống công nhân. Thế là lúc nãy tôi chọn cái kia là sai rồi. Từ lại nhá, nó phải là chuyển sang màu xanh cơ. Từ. Lúc nãy là mình chọn cái mũ này còn giống công nhân hơn này. Cái mũ này còn giống công nhân hơn. Này, không có cái nào giống công nhân cả, mua đã. Bộ nào giống công nhân nhất có thể mới được. Đây là đúng công nhân nhất rồi này. Thuê đi. Thuê tôi.
Be careful with what you've taken.
Don't miss out on the best carpets on the island.
Sir, kind sir, might I steal your attention?
I'm not buying.
Ah, that is the thing. You won't waste a single mangi. I am a digger, you see, and I have heard of a dig site so deep it clogs your ears. I want to be there.
Why are you telling me this?
I have heard of a man recruiting for such a dig. A man with a scar, such as the one that you're hiding. And your boots are dirty with the deep clay I am so familiar with. Oh, I hope it wasn't too rude of me to point that out.
You have a good eye. And you just want to dig? Dig deep and that's it? What's the catch? Are you in desperate need of money?
Oh, there is no catch, sir. I won't even ask for advance pay. Just give me a shovel and I'll dig a hole like you've never seen.
Huh. Is that so? Well, I have to ask you an important question first. Would you be fine working for Brits?
I am all for them.
Well, you say that, but can you prove it?
I'll sing you a very special song. God save our gracious queen.
Cut it! Or people here will make you their queen.
I can also speak in limericks.
Please don't. You might be a little bit weak in the head, but a natural-born digger with a keen eye is what we need. Take this permission slip and go to this address. The guard will let you in and check with the professor once you're there.
Hello.
Stop loitering and get inside. Newcomer, talk to the professor first. He's the old fellow with the glasses and the plans.
Are you able to help me?
You and I are the economic foundation of this island. We should help each other. But I don't know what you are talking about.
Where's the fire in your eyes? Where's the smile? I am sick and tired of seeing apathy among the new workers.
Sir, believe me, I do have the spark. I want to start work straight away. It's as important to me as it is to you.
Ah, that's the spirit. I'm on the verge of a great discovery.
When was the last time you saw...
Young man, you're disappointing me. I'd like to see a bright career for you as the best digger on the island. Don't ruin it. We'll talk when you find something useful.
I am ready to work.
Splendid. Do you know what I am working on?
Archaeological treasure. You're hoping to find something priceless, something that will change our history.
Bravo, young man. I couldn't have said it better myself. It's true. We're looking for Vitus Lemonius's tomb.
I'll help you. That is my goal as a worker.
Good. Listen to me carefully, then. I hate repeating myself. I am Professor Swift. We have 3 rules here. Don't touch anything. Always return the tools. And don't distract me unless you find something.
Sounds simple enough. Are you the only one in charge here, Mr. Swift?
Yes, I am the only one and no one else. You hear anything other than that, it's a lie. People of your kind can have difficulty understanding who's in charge. Take a minute, memorize my face, and then get to work.
Oh, I will definitely take a closer look to memorize my superior. I bet that tomb is worth a lot of money. Are you not here for that?
See, young man, how quickly you get distracted by the promise of treasure. You cannot appreciate the importance of my work. That's the...
I was just asking. It is my curiosity. I cannot control it sometimes. Don't let me go, sir.
If you'll just stop asking stupid questions, I won't have to fire you. So get to work. And you better find something useful.
A goddess? A mother? Someone's wife? There were 4 statues here originally. A sickle for harvesting. The ancient Romans honored the seasons.
I wonder what the 3 other statues look like.
Somehow the text remains legible. Let's see if I remember my Latin. Sharpest pickaxe. A guilty pleasure of the real archaeologist. Missing your Laura, Mr. Swift?
Hey, a word about the trilogy.
Right then, you literary expert. What was so important about these books? Or did you simply need some kindling?
It's inspirational. I have a plan. Are you listening?
I wish I wasn't, but I am.
So, we catch a monkey, a langur, for example, then we extract some blood from it.
What? Why?
It will make us forever young, Sherry. Page 127 of the second book.
Oh, I am so done with this.
No, wait. Then how about we make a wax statue?
I've stopped listening, John.
Swift lost his temper when he learned.
Bất thường nào cái loại.
Swift lost his temper when... Swift lost his temper when he learned what happened to the staff.
Tự có đầu được ngôi tự nằm trên bệ gần bãi biển nhắc những ai đến ra đá nhau.
Is this familiar to you?
You and I are the economic foundation of this island. We should help each other. But I don't know what you are talking about.
Straw dolls. Eerie, but effective for a scene recreation.
Oh, I want one of these. Or two.
Người lên để cho nó mát từ đầu và bắt đầu.
Oilcloth. Won't fade and waterproof. Enough here to make 10 sails and more.
Don't touch anything here. Take a shovel and dig.
Not while he can see me.
Take a shovel and dig. Take a shovel and dig.
Not while he can see me. This reminds me of my father's room. A plan for this whole operation. I see now. Mr. Swift didn't realize the significance of the statues.
Cái tay
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Thế thì mệt rồi. Rồi.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
It seems everything's in place. Now, let's see what this has to tell us. Vitus rests nearby. Beware the one who wishes to disrupt his sleep, for he is guarded by the gazes of his brother in the autumn wind. Here is your discovery, Mr. Swift. Hey, look at this.
What have you found? Don't let anyone touch anything there. Eureka! I found you, my friend. Don't just stand there. Help!
Help me, please.
I like you, friend, but I can't help you.
Can I ask you a question?
I like you, friend, but I can't help you.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
A box of darts. Handy against rodents of all kinds.
Hey, what do you think you're doing? Trying to take over my research, are you? I come here to pick up my diary, and I find you snooping around. Explain yourself.
Mr. Swift, if that were true, I would have been on my way to the newspaper. My name is Sherlock Holmes. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself properly.
Outrageous! You deceived me, sir. What is the reason for your being here? Who sent you, Mr. Holmes?
Theodore Gilden's premature death brought me here.
Theodore is dead? How can that be possible?
I'm thinking of all the possibilities, and I'm not crossing out anyone who might have been involved. Even his elephant. The land you're excavating belongs to Mr. Gilden, does it not?
Did I hear an accusation? I have nothing to hide. You can ask me whatever nonsense you've prepared as a token of my diminishing respect towards you.
Very well, Mr. Swift. I appreciate your cooperation. When was the last time you saw Mr. Gilden?
A couple of days ago. We discussed the site. I believe in the tomb and its secrets. Theodore's patience was stretched, however. He was already inventing new projects. It wasn't a long conversation. I suppose that his daughter will inherit everything now, along with all of the eccentricities and problems.
And not forgetting Goliath.
Eccentricities and problems, Mr. Holmes. One of many.
Were you at the site this morning?
Affirmative. This project is taking a lot of my time, as you see. I spend more time underground than on the surface.
When did you learn about Theodore's death?
Just now. You just told me.
And you aren't surprised, shocked? I won't tell anyone if you shed a tear or two. Weren't you partners, after all?
We were. And it is a real shame. But I've seen too many deaths in my life, Mr. Holmes, for the news to truly shake me. Will you allow me to return to my research? Or are you insisting on remaining an obstacle?
Oh, I haven't even started yet. You have a weakness for nostalgia? Or, rather, do you use it to record a list of enemies?
Young man, you need to check your moral compass. Reading another person's diary is a sin in every culture that I can think of.
But you aren't answering the question.
You've already read it. Why bother? I simply record my life to keep my memory clean from misinterpretation. Letters and pages don't lie.
But the writer of the text can. With this book, you attempted to plan an attack on the elephant?
Your insinuations are out of place. Goliath is a frightening animal. All I wished to do was to understand the creature. As any scientist would do, I researched, analyzed, and drew conclusions.
And what conclusion did you draw?
That Theodore Gilden made the animal miserable. He couldn't provide the proper environment for the beast. My interest in the subject ended there.
What's with this box of darts? Is it for a scientific argument?
A little darker than that. Rather for killing the kind of rodents that might nibble a nose or a toe in your sleep.
Let's just say I have to protect myself against a larger animal, such as an elephant. Might it be enough to stop it, make it faint?
If I were you, I wouldn't bank on it. Moving on. I've nothing to add.
As far as I can tell, you're a man of the academic world, so this book about Nabe and Laura is just an empirical study?
What? That nonsense? I'd prefer to lose my eyesight than read such trash.
So, you know nothing about it?
I know nothing. I wish I'd never heard of it in the first place. This caricature of science.
Do I hear traces of envy? You're still relatively young that you might find your own Laura.
Perhaps I envy Nabe, for I cannot simply blow people up for distracting me. That's all. You happy now? Wonderful. I'm a busy man.
What's with this intricate recruitment process? Pro-British workers charge less?
As a head of this organization, I need to secure a productive environment. It's impossible to do so if there are political differences, especially here, where the native population doesn't support our efforts to find the ancient artifacts.
Decent pay can also stimulate productivity and shut down any political discord. Hadn't you thought of that?
You're young. You have time to fritter and fight with everyone you meet. I don't have such a luxury. Our workers receive enough pay for what they do. So don't start a discussion you know nothing about. I've nothing to add. I've nothing to add.
Gilden's elephant is quite an unusual addition to Cordona's fauna. What is your scientific opinion on that?
No matter how much Theodore loved it, it still remained a wild animal trapped inside a stone pen. Goliath needs savannas, fields, lakes.
I'm sure that Goliath did not have a plan to kill his owner to head to the savannas. What do you think?
No, animals don't kill in a typical sense. I can only presume that it tried to protect itself from captivity, from Theodore. It was a gilded cage that was predestined to break.
Remember one of the rules? It seems that you didn't return a tool. Is this knife yours?
Do I look like a fellow who carries a knife? I don't need it.
There are plenty of uses for it on the site, and outside of it.
I have other people to cut ropes for me, Mr. Holmes. I've nothing to add.
Your partner had a very specific attitude towards the things he treasured. Was this habitual for him?
That would have been too much even for him. Don't get me wrong, he had a harsh temper. Like a true businessman, he was ready to burn his competitors to the ground.
But threatening someone physically would have been something new even for him, am I correct?
Absolutely. Besides, I had never seen him this angry. The fellow who received the letter must have been extremely alarmed. I've nothing to add. Moving on. Moving on.
Have you seen this person before? The one beside Imogen Gilden?
No, but he's with Imogen, so I suppose that he's a friend of hers. That girl always has her head in the clouds. I could have said Theodore was different, but that wouldn't have been entirely true.
Away with the fairies, was he?
That's one way of putting it. Either way, I don't know much about Imogen's life or her friends. The type of elite that pretends to be educated.
Did this plan cause a rift in your business relationship with Theodore Gilden?
Nothing like that. Admittedly, we didn't share a common vision of what is more important, the past or the future. In my opinion, we can't build a future without knowing the past.
So you wanted to save the tomb of Vitus here, or perhaps your control over the research?
Only the knowledge that rightly belongs to humankind, nothing less and nothing more.
This fabric will work.
Just be quick.
Bloodied bandages. Bloodied bandages.
Vãi cả voi. Cái này là voi khinh khí cầu rồi kìa, khí cầu hình voi. Nào, giả bật tiếng gọi voi. Bật tiếng kèn khiêu. Trước lúc mà
Mrs. Nini seemed to know her sewing inside out. I bet she missed us.
I hope Miss Nini won't misunderstand.
bà Nini lại quay về chỗ. Đấy, chúng ta có một cái nữa này. Ai biết làm voi cái đùa đâu. Đừng có bảo là như thế đấy nhá. Làm voi của mình bằng bạo lực với người khác hẳn còn việc lão tôi thấy cả thằng. Đấy, chúng ta có một cái nữa này. Mình cần phải lợi dụng ham muốn của nó để dụ nó ra ngoài. Bây giờ mình cần phải tìm con voi đã anh em ạ. Muốn tìm con voi bây giờ là nó đang mùa giao phối. Giả làm voi cái à? Đừng có bảo là như thế đấy nhá. Điếu đùa đâu. Điếu chơi đâu. Mình cần mình có cái lọ nước hoa. Đúng rồi, lọ nước hoa ở trong phòng. 3 chữ vào đây, ok chưa? Tôi đã chiết xuất khai quật coi bác để giúp tôi trích xuất. Giờ mình sẽ cần 3 thứ nhé. Thứ nhất là để giữ khí thì mình có mấy con búp bê ở khu này rồi. Thứ hai là nhạc cụ bắt chước tiếng cổ voi thì mình sử dụng cái còi báo sương mù ở xưởng đóng thuyền rồi, ok. Và thứ ba là mùi hương nồng. Đấy, tôi đủ cả 3 thứ này rồi. Phải quay về này bây giờ. Đây, lấy cái này là cái thứ hai.
It might fool an elephant.
Mrs. Nick.
Cuối cùng là nước hoa đúng không? Không, mình trích xuất rồi mà. Thế thì mình xong rồi mà nhở? Cùng là nước. Đây, lấy cái này là cái thứ hai.
Nini seemed to know her.
Hoa bến tàu. Đây. Giờ mình tìm tôi đủ cả 3 thứ này rồi. Tìm con voi về tìm ở đâu? Quay lại chỗ kia thôi đúng không? Giờ mình sẽ phải quay về cái chỗ con voi lần trước là trốn. Ở chỗ nào? Giờ mình sẽ phải quay về cái chỗ con voi lần không? Chỗ có mấy cái chỗ. Và thứ ba là mùi hương nồng. Đấy, tôi đủ cả 3 thứ này rồi. Ok. Và thứ ba là mùi hương nồng. Đấy, tôi đủ cả 3 tìm ở đâu? Đây đúng không? Về chỗ hoa đúng không? Đây bà già anh em còn nhớ không? Bà già hôm trước mình cải trang thành ấy đấy. Đây bà đây. Bà Nini. Lại quay về chỗ bà Nini làm quật.
Sewing inside out. I bet she missed us.
I hope Miss Nini won't misunderstand me.
Này đưa vào chung.
Hey,
Hey,
Good day, madam. I've come to you with a special requirement. The tailors on the street can't help me, I'm afraid. Could you make a doll for me?
Oh, Senor Holmes. You taught the police how to do their job, and they found the thief. Of course I will help you. But what sort of doll? A child's doll, such as my great niece might play with?
A little larger than your typical doll.
Signore, I don't understand. Boy, girl, animal, and what color?
Animal, a passionate, perhaps amorous animal.
Ah, signore, you talk in riddles. I am an old lady who's seen it all. Tell me what you need.
I need a life-size elephant.
I think Mrs. Nini outdid herself with this one. Is that a tail?
That's a trunk, John, but I must agree with you that it's her masterpiece.
Well, let's not waste any time.
The game is on.
So, what's the plan? I hope it all doesn't go horribly wrong.
We know that the elephant is seeking a female. We can arrange that. A doll with the appropriate scent might do miracles.
So you're a marriage broker. Well, I suppose that makes me a groomsman. Phew, she is a bit breezy, I must say.
Well, Goliath is eager for a single female elephant in his area. It should be just enough for his taste. You'll need to trust me.
Are we ready? I can't stand the tension.
We're ready. Let's call the elephant.
How could anyone resist? I knew a lady once who said just that. Too bad I'm not an elephant. Take your time, Sherry. That deserves a slap. And then a kiss.
And here's our lovesick friend.
What is the meaning of this? Why are you bringing it here? I won't allow you to leave it.
I assure you that it is only a temporary measure. It won't be long until the elephant is gone, I promise you. There's something in the needle. There's something in the needle. A feathered fletching. This might be promising. Peaceful and compliant, almost a gentleman. It injured itself while running through the forest. The left tusk is larger and more worn. You're a left-tusked elephant.
cộng lại.
Want to talk about the elephant in the yard?
Stop, Lloyd.
You are guilty, Mr. Swift. Killing Theodore Gilden was a testing challenge. You succeeded.
What makes you think I'm somehow involved in Gilden's death? My partner's death, I might remind you.
You were there when Theodore Gilden died.
Nonsense. I visited him many times, but I wasn't there when the elephant killed him.
Then I must have made a mistake because the murderer met Goliath's rage personally. The perpetrator was hit by the gate and thrown into the shed. Your bruise matches the contour of the broken hole. One further detail is that the murderer had a bosun's knife, fairly useful in a place where one might cut ropes and fabric, such as, I don't know, the dig site?
That's your interpretation of the facts, Mr. Holmes. You've simply aligned them to suit your hypothesis.
It's not a hypothesis once proven, it's theory, Mr. Swift. Your dart uses strychnine to kill rodents at the site, is that correct?
Well, yes, that is its purpose.
The same dart with strychnine was found on Goliath. The very same substance is a powerful stimulant. It causes convulsions, a flow of energy. You shot Goliath. The elephant became extremely energetic, agitated, and so terrified that it killed its owner. For a man of your age, it was easier to hit a larger grey target than a small man.
You said it yourself. Goliath killed Theodore, and your strychnine speculations are absurd. Only athletes use it as a stimulant, not elephants.
True, but one dart of strychnine would not be enough to kill the elephant, and you knew it. Let me tell you a story. A man spends almost 5 years of his life locating an artifact. He puts every ounce of energy and money into his research. The same man even goes so far as to sign a contract with a ruthless man, a businessman. It was a risk, but the reward would be worth it. Years go by, and there's still no result, so the businessman decides to end the man's research. He spits on the research, he promises to bury the site under an eccentric project. All of this is just his whim. Theodore Gilden could do anything he wanted with this place, and you were anxious about the fate of your research. You wished to protect it. You tried to tame Gilden's eccentricity, but you killed him instead.
Theodore wasn't trying to sabotage my career. We had a disagreement, but it wasn't as dire as you describe it. He wasn't a pleasure to talk to, but killing him? Nonsense.
Theodore Gilden was a capricious man, extremely impulsive. But the cold-blooded nature of your plan makes you even more dangerous. You feel nothing. You show no remorse. It was simply a calculated move. And that is why you are under arrest.
Nothing. You have nothing on me.
I think I'll let the police decide if my findings are substantial enough for prosecution.
This is all a dreadful mistake. This can't be happening. The elephant killed Theodore.
Goliath is innocent and he should be free. He is not the real murderer here. That is the apex of your career, Mr. Swift. Farewell.
I told you Mr. Swift was not a real archaeologist. He was a murderer. I knew there was something wrong with him.
Fortunately for us, being a murderer was not his profession. And about the elephant?
While you were busy, I've dealt with it. No thanks to you. I asked you to solve this wretched problem, but you didn't.
I couldn't be in two places at once, Miss Gilden. I was catching your father's murderer. But how have you dealt with it?
A man agreed to take the elephant away. He came to me asking for permission to relocate it to his property, and I accepted.
Well, congratulations, I suppose. That is one less problem.
Actually, two, Mr. Holmes. I found my father's possessions that you can take with you and disappear.
I appreciate it, truly.
Well, someone has to do something. Take everything if you need to, and leave me be.
Take care of yourself, Miss Gilden. My mother always wore this around her neck until one day it disappeared. I was wondering where it went. She said it was a birthday present from a good friend. I just had another glimpse of a memory, John. It's fuzzy, but I'm sure it happened somewhere in the manor.
Finally moving forward. Shall we go?
Best place for reading. I imagine Goliath was surprised to find out his lady was not real.
You know, I envy you, Sherry. You can talk to other people and... they won't ignore you.
And I envy you. You can ignore any person you're bored with. You don't miss out on much. Most men are dull, unlike yourself.
Well, I'm flattered.
Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. had a surprise for my mother. You had a shovel with you, John. I was holding an ancient Greek vase, or rather, quite a big piece of it. I remember now, we dug up the vase from Greek ruins here on Cordona, and were eager to show my mother right away. For some reason, the door was closed. We knocked.
But nobody answered. We thought that she was busy.
So we left the vase and ran downstairs. Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. I decided to gather some archaeological tools in order to take a closer look at the vase.
But then we heard something, didn't we?
Yes. It came from upstairs.
The vase was broken, shards scattered all over the floor. And your mother was standing at the door.
Indeed, John. Another one. There must be something important behind it. I can feel it. Otto Richter was standing there, furious at us. Dr. Richter told us never to disturb my mother when the door is closed. He said she had broken the vase.
But we didn't believe him. I bet he smashed it. Her things are still here.
Presumably Mycroft never felt the need to sort through it all.
Or couldn't bring himself to.
No. He would have put it behind him and moved on. My brother is not one for sentimentality. This room always reeked with an acrid medicinal stench. And here is the reason. Looks like it was damaged by a blunt object. Straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right. This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. This seems a bit odd. I can recognize my mother's style, but it's far too sloppy. Dated 12th of February, 1869. This picture was drawn by my mother. I recognize her hand. There's a date on it, 8th of December, 1868. It's difficult to tell what this is meant to represent. There's no date at all. It's a strange feeling to read about my father's death in the newspaper. I can't recall anything except the deep feeling of loss.
You... You're too young. It happened before we even met. It's so sad. I'm sorry.
No labels. I doubt it ever had one. There appear to be residues of the bottle's contents at the bottom.
Do you think the doctor could have used these tools here? I hope not.
Seems this was the most frequently used medication. 1 dram dissolved in a glass of water, administered daily. Not to exceed 1 dose in 24 hours, not to be given to children. Oh, it brings back some memories.
Oh, I would love to take a bath right now.
Not this one. Surface corrosion suggests it was prone to extreme temperature fluctuations. For medical purposes, I suppose. My mother loved flowers. They made her smile. I remember we would bring a new bouquet every week to make her a bit happier.
That's why we collected all the violet flowers we could find on the island. You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. Look what I found. The White King is under attack. Sherry, can you save him and checkmate the opponent in one move? You're not obliged to be here, Sherry. We can leave any time you want.
straps on the bed. Just doesn't look right.
Ah, nice move. You saved the king and checkmated the Black King with the rook.
The broken plate shards were all over the floor. Mycroft had to change his suit as the one he was wearing was completely stained. Mother was troubled that morning. Something we did upset her. Dr. Richter tried to calm her down. We had to put the tray with Mother's morning tea down, but why? It's starting to ring a bell. I think it happened in the morning.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
I don't believe you! Liars! Get away from me! It's not true! It's not real!
What? Oh.
Everything will be okay, Sherry. I promise.
It was the morning of the 9th of April, the day my mother died. My mother, she was not just ill, but mad. God have mercy.
I'm sorry. That explains why you locked the memory away.
There must be more, John. That was the morning of her death. I need to know what happened. John!
Every time you... I just don't... Please, Sherry, leave it be.
Just breathe, John. You know that I cannot leave the last stone unturned. We are so close.
I know. But can we at least leave it for another day?
Well, history tells us these memories are triggered by our investigation of other matters. I suspect it could not be forced even if I so desired.
Thank you. How are you feeling about all this? Tell me, I'm not the only one reeling.
It feels wrong, sad. like they're the memories of another man. I'm struggling to reconcile my love for my mother with the reality of who she was. And worse, what possessed Mycroft to lie about it? There are precious few pieces of this puzzle remaining, John. Let us dawdle here no longer.
Indeed. Wait, did you hear that?
Yes. Metallic souls. What is this sailor doing here?
Sherlock Holmes, isn't it? I was looking for you.
With whom do I have the pleasure of speaking?
You could call me your new game. The rules are simple. I have something for you, but you alone must work out what that is.
And that something is my prize, I suppose?
You're a fast learner, sir.
cannot believe that Mr. Vogel has somehow successfully called my attention to his gallery. You're here with an invitation to visit it, obviously.
My word, you are fast, Mr. Holmes. Could you explain how you came to that conclusion?
Of course. Explanations are my favourite part of any conversation. Hands without any sign of regular physical activity, in contradiction to one who would most usually wear such a uniform. The paint in your hair is pink. I don't know of any military service that paints their ships pink, unless they have launched a new fashionable fleet. A sailor with the soul of an artist? I would suggest rather a gallery employee disguised as a sailor to mislead me. How many artists on the island know where I live and of my passion for deduction? Werner Vogel is clearly at the top of the list. And you've been attempting to conceal something square-shaped within your pocket. An invitation, I suppose. An invitation to Mr. Vogel's gallery.
That was remarkable, Mr. Holmes. Mr. Vogel was right about your genius. I think he may have even underestimated you. This is your invitation. Please tell Mr. Vogel that the seed has been planted. He asked me to tell you to do so, if you win this little game. Farewell.
quần áo anh em ạ. Đây.
CKRD NSRD.
A fresh newspaper? I wish you pleasant reading.
Nasılsın?
Mr. Holmes, you came. Oh, how kind. Though now, of course, I realize it is because of my game, not the works on display.
It needn't be one or the other. Your man's disguise was easily debunked, Mr. Vogel, but I shall admit that you planted in me the seed of curiosity.
Ah, terrific! I had no doubt you'd put the pieces together. Let us call it an opening gambit before the real game begins.
So, this little game of yours, what's it about?
An enigma to solve. A locked area in the basement with no windows found brutally vandalized. I have no clue how it was possible.
What about this intrusion? What happened?
Last night, I was about to leave the gallery when I heard a noise downstairs. I went to the basement, but I didn't see anything out of the ordinary. It was admittedly a rudimentary inspection. It is not uncommon to get rats down there, so seeing nothing of note, I left and locked up the building. When I returned this morning, alas, I discovered that part of the exhibition had been torched, and there was no sign of the intruder. The mystery being, of course, that all the doors to the gallery were locked exactly as I left them.
And the door to the basement is the only entrance?
Correct. Tell me you're not intrigued.
And this locked area downstairs, what exactly was it?
The under gallery. It's always shut, and I'm the only one with the key.
Ah, so this is your private collection, not part of the gallery.
Oh, no. It's an exclusive exhibition of eccentric pieces. Only a select cadre of artists, investors, and collectors are admitted. Not everyone deserves to have their eyes opened.
Well, this matter is certainly within my wheelhouse.
This intrusion troubles me. Please take a look around if you're willing. The under gallery is through the door at the end.
I will see what I see.
You sure you don't like art, Sherry? You sure you don't like art, Sherry? Back home, we've got a taxidermist. He's gonna have a heart attack when he sees what I bring him.
A simplistic attempt at provocation.
Sherry, how about some company in that dreary chamber of yours?
Leave my loneliness unbroken, John. A handprint of the thing from another world. But it looks fresh, and its coal origin ruins the effect of the extra mundane. Sodden and mould-ridden, one presumes deliberately. Sodden and mould-ridden, one presumes deliberately. The parasites of creativity, or just a reflection of the artist's recreational interests. Saturn devouring his sun. Oh, grim composition.
Unflinching in its ferocity, yet somehow beautiful.
A Malpal butt. Coal fingerprints. I think we're looking for a man with a coal moustache. Ugh, sheer vandalism. Only an ignorant person could do such a thing. The left step's length is shorter than the right. It indicates that the walker was lame. Old, and hasn't been used for a long time. Closed with a metal bolt. Footprints. Size 9.5. A true artist never shows an unfinished piece.
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. 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 You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the hatch bolt. He accidentally pushed a shovel to the floor. Vogel heard the noise. At the sound of his approaching footsteps, the intruder hid inside the coffin. When Vogel entered the basement, he failed to notice anything strange and left without properly checking. The intruder waited until Vogel had left the caravanserai before burning the paintings in Wilde's room, but the vandalism was a cover for the theft. pieces are not what I expected.
What do you think my collection is about?
Extravagant paintings have been left to rot in a basement. A commentary on decay and the crumbling of society, correct?
I don't know.
Well, that's absurd. Of course you know. It's your gallery.
There is no one answer, no singular truth, but many filtered through the subjective mind. That forgetting, embellishing, lying machine. Besides, what's wrong with a lie if it makes life more interesting?
What's wrong with a lie? It corrupts the ability of others to behave freely and rationally.
Men never act freely and rationally anyway. It matters not what is or isn't in the end. The only important thing is how you feel. And I simply want to feel and consume as much as I can. Don't you?
Feelings are simply one's animal ancestry trying to wrest back control of the brain. I try to avoid the distraction.
You try not to feel, even in a place like this? None of it moves you?
To be frank, I struggle to maintain even a whit of interest in art.
But Mr. Holmes, it is joy incarnate, mankind's greatest achievement.
Mankind's highest achievement above all others is objective and rational thought.
I see then why you dislike art, for it means whatever you want it to.
Or perhaps, Mr. Vogel, I was lying.
Aha.
Mr. Vogel, my investigation has revealed that the intrusion was not merely vandalism, but theft. The limping visitor left your place with a canvas.
That's very impressive.
This thief was familiar with the gallery and he was sporting a limp. Do any of your clients or artists come to mind?
My, your attention to detail is remarkable, Mr. Holmes. I should introduce you to Bosch's works. Alas, I'm afraid I cannot suggest a culprit.
The fire was a clever attempt to hide a stolen painting, even if it didn't fool me. I found the remnants of an empty frame in the pile of ashes. The canvas had been removed. Do you know which paintings in the Wild Room may have interested a thief? Were any particularly expensive?
Those pieces belong to a well-known artist named Boniface Mercurio. They're controversial, but not of a notably high value.
The intruder entered the basement through the coal chute. He used a magnet to open the latch and dislodged the shovel while doing so. That's the noise you heard yesterday. When you went downstairs to investigate, he hid in the coffin.
It seems I should have checked the space more thoroughly.
There's something more, is there not? I can see it in your eyes.
Indeed. There is another intriguing angle. I recently received an anonymous offer for one of Mercurio's works. The sum was more than fair, and indeed could have saved Mercurio from his artistic poverty. But he declined it.
Was it a performative whim? Some artists lionize pain and hardship as if their work would be worse after a meal and a hot bath.
I cannot tell. But not only did he refuse the deal, he insisted on displaying the painting in the public space. I was hoping to change his mind, but artists are a special breed of stubborn.
What was depicted in the piece?
A bound woman, wrapped in robes, being penetrated by a red devil that stared at us, the viewer. The beast had numerous tails growing from his back, and a large crowd gathered around the pair, silently watching the orgiastic scene.
Okay, well, given the nature of the other works on display, it's hard to see why that one stood out. What could possibly be its value?
The evaluation of art is very subjective, Mr. Holmes. After all, art is everything. A poem, a bruise, the beads of sweat on your beloved skin. Even a masterfully solved crime.
I'm not sure I see the connection.
Regardless, the painting was one of a series called The Sabbath Night in Cordona. The works depict sex, violence, and other controversial acts that life, for better or worse, contains.
Ah, I see.
I'm not sure that you do, but that can wait for another time.
So where can I find Boniface Mercurio?
I know he lives somewhere in Old City, but couldn't be more specific. He's a prominent figure, so finding him shouldn't be a problem.
Well, I believe I have enough to begin. Thank you, Mr. Vogel. Your gallery certainly has unexpected depths.
I'm delighted to have been able to please a friend. In return, I expect you to come back with good news. Or at least with a good story.
Mr. Holmes, I have something for you. Mr. Holmes, I see what you're up to. Mysterious stranger pursues betrothed woman. But please, let us keep things professional. I have in my possession an envelope containing details of a special assignment for you. Tell me, are you interested?
I believe I am, but to be very clear, Miss Sertle, my interest extends to the message and not the messenger.
So he claims he's not a gal sneaker, seducing women everywhere he goes. Perhaps the truth is even more scandalous?
Please spare me the speculation and return to the matter at hand.
A gang of smugglers, the Eels, have Cordona in their clammy grip. The British Empire can abide it no longer. Mycroft insists they be disbanded. But this organization only falls with the capture of their odious leader, Friedrich Panzer. And note well, I did say capture, not kill. Inside your envelope is a map marked with the Eels' warehouses. But alas, we do not know in which Friedrich Panzer resides.
So even Mycroft has his limits.
Indeed. You must be sure to identify the correct warehouse before entering. Because once one is compromised, the other's occupants will scatter. Here are all the files, and feel free to use the archive too. Again, do not enter the wrong location, nor see any harm done to Friedrich Panzer.
Miss Sertle, if you're quite done with the redundant instructions, I shall get to work.
Well, that's perfect. Tortured hero lashes out after rejected romance. Tomorrow's edition will be a sensation.
Excuse me, young man. Where do you think you're going?
Greetings, ma'am. I'm looking for the...
I don't care who you're looking for. You shall not pass. No visitors allowed.
I wish to buy a painting from Mr. Boniface Mercurio. Is he at home?
Dearie, tell me, because old age has made me blind. Did someone write Information Bureau on my forehead? Because I'm not here to answer your questions. Entry is for residents only. If you aren't a resident, please leave, or I shall report... No visitors allowed.
Nice affordable clothes. Step right. Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look. Let's pick something that suits you. Be careful with what you've taken. Don't miss.
No visitors allowed.
Don't pass by. Let's pick something that suits you. A good choice. A good choice indeed.
Don't miss out!
No visitors allowed.
Rồi, ok, hello anh em.
What about the status quo?
Các bạn thôi. Ok, ai? Xin chào bà, tôi là sĩ quan cảnh sát ở đây đấy.
Hello, officer.
Ồ, được rồi anh em ơi.
How can I
Mẹ đéo hiểu ra cảnh sát mới được ạ. Bà biết thế nào là lễ độ. Tôi ở đây không phải để trả lời câu hỏi của cậu. Kinh vậy. Chỉ có người dân mới được vào. Nếu cậu không phải dân thì làm ơn đi.
Hello, officer. How can I help you?
Greetings. I'm investigating the theft of a painting by Mr. Boniface Mercurio. He lives here, I understand. May I talk to him?
Oh, how dreadful. But I suppose that means his work is finally being appreciated, doesn't it?
In a way, yes.
That's good. The news should please him.
Thank you, Ma'am. So, where might I find him?
Find who?
Mr. Mercurio. His painting was stolen?
You must be new to the police service. You see, dear, there is a rule. No visitors allowed. This rule applies to policemen as well.
Ma'am, I am representing the law of this island. Please, let me through, otherwise...
Do you know how hard it is to become a landlady on an island ruled by men? And if you think that I'm just an old woman whom you can frighten with your uniform, you're very mistaken. I have a lot of connections. If you do something stupid, my dear, it will be the last thing you do on this island.
Very well, Ma'am. I'll work it out another way.
Have a nice day, officer.
Đi. Đi chết. Nha.
Be careful.
Cậu, kinh vậy. Tắt đi nhầm. Qua cái gì này? Ủa, để cắt. Thưa bà. Đấy. Bà có để tôi qua không? Tôi đàn đông như vậy mà ngài có thể. Thế bây giờ làm nào? Cải trang thành cái mẹ gì bây giờ? Khó nhờ. Ui. Chưa. Thử xem nào. Nào ấy. Anh đây mà nó thỏa mãn vấn đề đấy không nhở? Tôi đi loanh quanh luẩn quẩn đây xem có chỗ nào bán quần áo. Anh ơi, có đây có ai bán quần áo không anh ơi? Chợ trước bán quần áo, người khu chợ kia là không có cái bộ ấy đâu. Tôi thấy như là như thế sao ấy. Có ai bán quần áo không anh ạ? Được.
Don't miss out on my unique Let's pick something that suits you. Don't leave. Take one more look. Let's pick something that suits you. Be careful with what you've taken. Nice affordable clothes. Step right up.
Boniface, sweetie. Is that you? Ah, old age does terrible things to one's sight. I didn't recognize you at first.
How are you, Mum? I'm ashamed to admit that I've lost my key. Do you have a spare?
For heaven's sake! How many times will you lose that key of yours? Of course I have a spare. You artists all live in your own little world.
Please, accept my thanks.
I would rather accept your rent. You promised to pay me several weeks ago, and I'm still waiting.
I will pay you, I promise, very soon.
You'd better do, my dear. Or else I'll just change the lock. And I won't fall for those cow eyes. Do you know what makes a lady happy? Paid rent.
The blood has dried.
I've heard of this style of painting. It is called Expressionism.
The blood has dried. I wonder where he got that fancy camera. It appears the wine was truly awful. Despite the overall tendency towards mess, you cannot sit with the drawer pulled out like this. Someone left it after searching. Aunt May whiskey, brandy bucks. Quite a collection he had here. The chest has been searched. Red skin, tails on the back, reminds me of Werner's description of the stolen painting. The wound is precise. It was inflicted by a razor or a knife. Judging by post-mortem rigidity, the body lay here for 1 or 2 days. A normal kitchen knife. Could be the murder weapon. Soaked in blood. It seems as if the puddle of blood was here before the rags. The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. The photograph was not pulled out in time. Such a waste of material. Look at this, John. Isn't it our stolen demon?
You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate. You're not even trying, Sherry. Concentrate.
Mercurio was developing photographs when the intruder snuck in. Mercurio heard him coming. While the thief was searching the chest, the painter ran towards him with a bottle in his hand. He smashed it across the thief's head. The intruder had no choice but to defend himself, and the weapon of opportunity happened to be a kitchen knife. Mercurio stepped aside to grab the painting, but the wine-blinded thief attacked Mercurio's throat. When the thief came to his senses, he saw Mercurio bleeding on the floor. He grabbed the rags and tried to bandage him, but it was too late. Why did Mercurio attempt to snatch the painting in the middle of a fight? To strike the intruder? Not with his painting, it was too important to him. It's time for some chemical magic, John.
On sớm đấy bạn. Vẫn chơi Sherlock à? Hello.
Alo. Uầy,
Này,
sớm đấy.
on sớm đấy.
Tôi nghỉ mà.
Uầy, sớm nhỉ?
Ừ, ý là nghỉ tối tôi có ăn rồi. À,
À,
tôi có ăn rồi mà. Giờ đang đói quá đi.
càng đấy.
Đang mua về ăn. Thôi hôm nay cố chơi cho xong nhanh mà.
Uầy, chơi 6 tiếng rồi à?
Đúng rồi, 6 tiếng rồi. Nhưng mà nãy giờ treo máy các thứ cũng nhiều. Treo máy đi các thứ cứ để đây xong nó vẫn tính thời gian vào trong game nữa. Chiều qua đi cắt tóc về chơi một tí xong trước khi đi ngủ vào Vampire chơi một tí xong buồn ngủ quá đi ngủ luôn để luôn cái máy đấy mà để luôn cái máy đang chơi Vampire xong cuối cùng lúc mà tôi chơi là làm kiểu làm nhiệm vụ Vampire á, Vampire là có cái nhiệm vụ gì ấy chơi nên là 80 ở trong cái map đấy xong cuối cùng là đâm ngủ vừa vừa đi cái ghế tôi hạ nằm xuống cái ghế xong bắt đầu là vừa nằm vừa chơi xong bắt đầu là một cái hút về đó nó hút về xong đâm vào cái gì xong đi ngủ luôn thấy đâm vào cái gì nó không nhớ đi ngủ luôn nhắm cả mắt lại rồi không nhớ gì hết xong là đi nằm đi ngủ buồn ngủ lắm mà lúc đấy mới đang nghỉ nên mà chơi muộn xong rồi là
Đúng rồi. Nói mà bạn chơi tay cầm đúng không? Thì tay cầm nó dễ buồn ngủ lắm.
Thực ra cầm là nằm xuống đó kìa ghế tôi hạ lưng rồi
Đấy. Chơi tay cầm
ghế nhưng mà
kiểu
tôi hạ cả lưng như lại nằm vô cái giường nó không ngủ luôn.
Thế chết chứ.
Phải cộng lên là tăng lượng chất thêm một chất vào và giá trị nhất định. Bây giờ là mình đi hay mình phải đi học hóa thì đến để ngầm 4
chơi game rồi đi học này chết dở rồi.
có 3 4 với lại là 2 32 cộng không để thằng đợi đi có vào một sẵn rồi này xong mình trừ 22 trừ 5 cộng 2 trừ 2 thì là 13 cộng với 3 vào đây nữa hai này hai cuối à hai sau
cuối
bây giờ đây là cái này nên xem ra kết quả nó sẽ là 172 cái này nó nghĩa là gì 42 không trừ 2 trừ 6. Kìa nó bị mỗi cái nó chỉ được liên kết với 2 cái thôi. Bởi ra thế này, cái này sẽ cộng giá trị, cái này nó ăn đổi giá trị. Tăng bình thường nó chỉ có 2 cái thì dần dễ, bây giờ nó thành 3 cái. Bình thường nó 1 trong 2 đến 3 này. Nhưng lúc đầu chỉ 1 cái thì làm tí xong. Chắc hết là 3 2 4 với 3 4 với 3. Chắc hết là cái này phải cộng một đầu về 2 với 2. Là thành 1 với 2 rồi. Thường thì phải liên kết cái này phải nghe chị nhỉ. 2 3. Ồ. Cộng 2 đỏ nữa có không? 3 4. Nó cộng thêm một giá trị. Cái mình phải làm thành 3 2 3 2 1. Chỉ cần 2 1 để làm
Ok.
chỉ cần 2 1 3 2 mà 3 2 thì cái này cái trừ 2 2 trừ 2 cộng 2 trừ 2 2 cộng 3 3 1 4 2. Phải cộng thêm 1 nữa hoặc cộng thêm trừ 2. Cộng thêm 2 nữa là thành 4. Rồi trừ 1 trừ 1 3 4 thành trừ này đúng không? Phải được cái vế đầu trước. À không, mình chỉ cần lo vế 4 thôi chứ nhỉ, vế sau nó sẽ cộng với cái đường sau mà. Lo vế 4 trước, vế sau nó sẽ cộng với đằng sau. Cái này là sẽ là 42 rồi. Thế là mình sẽ 42, thế là cộng thêm cái vế này nữa là cộng 1 1 3 3. Ok. Này nó không có link với nhau, phải này ra phải 523 rồi. 523 thì 523 cần trừ 1 cái kia. Ở đây sao mình phải cộng cái này? Cộng cái này xem là gì là 413 này, như này dễ là 413. Đầu tiên mình nhớ nhận với nhau trước với nhau trước đi xong cộng sau. Đây là cộng cộng đây là cái cộng. Cái này là 4 lên này 3 1 này với lại cái này sau xanh với lại ấy à. Đây, cái này như thế nào? 352. Cái đầu cộng 1 1 trừ 2 với lại cộng 2. Trừ 2 cộng 3. Rồi nó ghép vào cái thành gì? Nó học là cộng thêm. Nó số nhỏ. Ba năm hai rồi. Cộng với hai con, cộng với hai con rồi. Ủa, thế là sao mình trên luôn nó đủ. Mình vẽ nó mà đâu có khó gì cả. Ba hai ba là được. Thế mình phải cộng thêm cộng 323 nữa. Không dùng cái 31 nhất. Tắt tiền cái này nhất. Đây lần sau là số 4 là kế hoạch to. 413 cần thêm cộng 1 của cái rồi đấy 413 cộng một cái quan này nó mới tuyệt thêm nữa. 413 cộng thêm giá trị của 1 và 3 của cái này. 1 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 1 xanh 1 3 4 2 4 2 42 thì phải là 24 thì là ngon. Vậy là 42 trừ 2 vào cộng 2 cộng 1 cần 2 với 1.
2 và 1.
2 và 1. Này 1 và 3. Không, cái này đúng rồi. 2 và 1. Đó chữ xanh. Em đổi chiều vào cái này không là cộng chỉ cộng vào trừ 2 một trừ 3. Cộng giá trị 3 trừ 2. Đó. Để đây đó.
Chơi chưa?
Chưa gần rồi. 2 2 ở đây ta cần 1. Ở đây thì anh được lưng này phải lên phép riêng cái này 3 rồi. Mình có thể dùng một cái có sẵn mình cái đồ được rồi. Là 3 là thành 4. Cộng từ trừ 1 4. Một trừ 4. Cái này cộng với 1 trừ 4 là cộng vào cái này thì đấy thế 4 nhé. Phải đâu rồi nghe thiếu ngay cái này cũng không phải phức tạp đến mức đấy đâu. Mình đang làm sai ở bước nào. 31 rồi này, có thêm cái 4 lại đây đi, cộng như 4 này, 314 này này. Giờ là cần nâng thêm một cái là 12 xanh nữa, 12 xanh.
2 cái xanh đi.
2 đỏ xanh, 2 đỏ xanh. Cộng giá trị lên xem là trừ 13 cộng 23. Giảm giá trị được không nào? 23 mà là cần 12 cho thì em chụp cái chỗ này là đang sai, chỗ này là đang sai. Đúng những ngọn, chắc hẳn là đúng những ngọn này rồi. Cộng 2 vào đây thì đó. Thế mình sẽ cộng
chưa?
Chưa. Cái này thì nó không tính. Cái này là đổi dấu này, đổi dấu. Nhìn đầu tiên mình cần tự ghép cái này xem ra được bao nhiêu nào. 512 1 trừ 2 mình đổi dấu cái này ra. Ok, 1 trừ 2 đổi dấu ra 112 cộng thêm giá trị cho cái này. Nó hình như cái này là 112 rồi, có 2 đường rồi. Thế thì phải là cộng vào đây 1, 2.
Con
Nó
sai.
thế nhỉ?
Con sai là sao nhỉ?
Mới đến 3 thôi. Này. Mình phải tạo 43 trước xong cộng một cái 4 cuối qua lại được, tạo ra 43. Tạo ra 43. Chắn là phải dùng cái chuyển đổi này, cái này tăng lượng chất. Hai bốn. Mình chỉ kết hợp với lại 31 nữa là được. Hai bốn này cộng với cái này là 24 31 514. Thế là cộng với lại trừ 2. Bốn. Ví dụ nối vào thì nó sẽ thành 514 514 514 là trừ 1 với 2 trừ 1 với 2. Hai trừ 2. Cộng lên 3 đường. Wow, cái này 3 hướng mà sao đấy là không để ý à. Nó có thể dùng được 3 cái hóa chất. 2 này, cái này có 2 này. Cái không gì.
Thế thì
3 1
cái hợp lý hơn mà.
3 1 nối rồi còn này. Xong bắt đầu là mình có thể nối với lại là xanh với lại ấy rồi. Được 2 thôi. Ba một ba tăng giá trị lên. Này thì lại cộng thêm với này. Mà sao tăng giá trị lên nó lại mất cái giá trị trừ rồi nhé.
Bù trừ cho nhau. Kiểu nó bù trừ ấy.
Và một này mình dễ hiểu. Rồi thêm là 42 này. 42 này là 352 cộng 1 trừ 2 cộng 2 cộng 1. Thế là cộng đi, cộng trước xong mình trừ đi sau. Cộng 2 cuối cả, có thêm cộng 1 nữa. Cái này gọi thì hai bốn sáu. Nhưng thôi tí nữa mình giải xong mình sẽ thấy là nó dễ phát trưởng nhưng mà mình biết là nó khó khăn như nào. Đầu tiên là có hai chất có thể cộng vào với nhau rồi để tạo ra một đồ xong rồi nâng lên, một đồ xong rồi nâng lên. Thế mình cứ lấy giá trị thấp đi xem nào. Thấp cái này đổi vé nữa trước. Đang đổi vé nữa trước. Đâu 13 đường 1. Thôi cũng được, tạo gì đâu. Lấy một cái là xanh rồi cộng vào là thành cộng 2. Thế nào có cộng 2. Trừ 422. Đổi dấu phân 4 trừ 2 trừ 2. Đây đó. Cộng với cái này. Hoặc là đi theo cái hướng mình.
Hơi sai sai.
Này này xong đổi dấu rồi.
3 4 4 2. Chuyển vé đổi dấu.
trừ 4 trừ 2 rồi cộng tỷ lệ không được, vẫn phải cho cái tác mình vào trước, cho cái 3 này cộng với lại 2 này, 2 này, 32 đi cộng tiếp với cái này, cộng 4, đúng là cộng 3 là điểm 1 với 3, 1 với 3 phối xanh là 1 3 rồi, xanh 32 này, cộng 3 xanh nữa, 32 rồi, nếu mà thêm như này thì nó là 324. Nghe có vẻ đã hợp lý rồi này. 324 là chỉ cần cộng thêm với lại 11 của cái màu đỏ xanh nữa thôi. 11 của màu đỏ xanh. Và để tạo ra được 11 của màu đỏ xanh, đỏ xanh này là không được. Một được. Có một sẵn không? Mở 1. Thế mình sẽ trừ 2 của cái trừ 5 đi. Không được. Phải trừ 2 của cái đứng một mình nhé. Thế như này thì cái này không được, cái này phải là thêm vào một cái âm nào đấy. 2 cộng 3 rồi. 2 3 này thì nó là không cho. Giá trị nó về bằng không thì nó không tính à? Để tăng một phát rồi. Từ 14. Đấy. 314. Thế là cộng 2 với 1 nữa. Của cái đấy là được. 21 của cái đỏ xanh là được. 21. Cái này đổi dấu phát cho nó. Đổi dấu là nó sẽ thành 2 trừ 2 là cộng 1. Cộng cái này không nữa. 2 trừ 3 4 cộng 1 với lại cộng 6 kìa, cộng 1 cộng 6 kìa. Nghe có vẻ gần đúng rồi đấy, nhưng mà là đang bị nhiều quá trên này, dùng đến bị dấu đấy. 3 cộng 1 luôn rồi. 3 cộng 1 luôn. Thằng này là trừ đi 2 cộng 3. Trừ đi 2 cộng 3 thì nó tính chấp nhận không? Ấy. Rồi cái này 1 cộng 4. 4 2. Rồi trừ hết đi. Cộng vào. Cộng thêm với cái của cộng 1 trừ 1. Phản ứng hoặc biểu dấu đỏ với xanh là đúng. Cộng 1 với 3. 1 với 3. Nhưng mà không đủ, chưa được 1. 1 trừ 3. Đều. Đây rồi thì chỉ phải được. Này, cộng thêm cái này. Dạ. Đó. Cộng 1 trừ 1. Còn cộng lên nó không chính phải. 335.
335.
Ê. Trừ nhưng một là chấm 1. Nhưng 1 là chấm 1. Mình còn chưa được những cái tăng giá trị này. Cộng 16. Bốn mà 4 có nghĩa là phải là 656 đi chẳng hạn. Không, 656 không được, mình phải là 323 để tạo ra được 323 trong người cộng lên thì cũng được. Tạo ra được 323 xong rồi cộng lên 3 2. Cần một cái chữ 3 đằng sau này sẽ là 323. Một có sẵn cái này hai đỏ. Ba. Trừ 23 cộng với 23 cộng với 4, cần 4 dương của cái đúng một mình không có nhỉ, mấy người đầu chiều phát 5 trừ 1 đó. Tính từ đâu rồi? 5 cộng với lại cái của là trừ 3. Được dấu. Đấy được dấu. Cộng 2. 313.
Cuối cùng cũng xong.
Chưa. Chưa có vấn đề chứ. Phải thiếu một giá trị của cái làm rất tên.
Có vẻ nghề thám tử không hợp với bạn.
Thì là 424.
Nghề thám tử không hợp với bạn lắm.
424 mà cộng 1 ở dưới. Phải làm được tới xong. Và đi xem mình của ai đi thôi. Mấy em mệt quá, bình thường đâu cũng khó như này tao. Để xem người khác làm người ta làm như nào.
Thôi mình lại sợ giúp của YouTube vậy. Cái gì khó quá thì bỏ qua.
Cái này là cộng xoay.
Căn bản cái này nó không giống với của bên mình. Nó là của nước ngoài.
Anh em nhá, tức là đầu tiên chúng ta sẽ cần đưa này lên đây này, xong chúng ta đổi cực. Sử dụng cái đổi cực này để chuyển thành 2 và âm 2, đúng không? Sau đó chúng ta lại sử dụng cái cộng thêm này. Đây là cái phản quang mới của chúng ta này là cộng thêm 1. Tôi đưa cái 1 và 3 vào đây là thành 2 với 4. Đúng chưa? Xong tôi lại sử dụng cái 5 kéo vào đây để đổi cực nó từ âm 5 thành 5. Như vậy nếu mà kết hợp mấy cái này lại với nhau thì anh em sẽ thấy là 5 trừ đi 2 bằng 3, đúng không? Đấy, còn 2 cộng 2 bằng 4. Như vậy là chúng ta có được kết quả sau cùng. Đấy, thì việc đầu tiên là chúng ta làm đơn giản cuối cùng này thôi. Đấy, cùng kết hợp hai kia lại là chúng ta ra kết quả sau cùng thôi. Đó, được chưa? Ôi, ghê.
Trường chuyển dấu 13 tăng lên là 24. Thì 2 cộng 2 đổi dấu. Ok. Ấy mình cũng làm một gần nó chỗ gần như này rồi sao mình không để ý. Chỗ gần đến nơi thôi mình làm được đó. Cái này đang cộng 5 trừ 2 bằng 3 rồi, ok. 2 bằng 3. Cái cuối là phần nào? Ba tăng 14. Này là phần nó chỉ có tăng 3. Cái này thì 24. 3 24. Xong 22 cái tăng giá 22 2 phần 2 đây là đổi dấu 2 trừ 2 là đổi dấu. Dấu 2 dấu cộng này cộng thêm dấu. Cái này dấu thì đây đây luôn 434 được xong rồi. Nói vào đây mẹ nhìn nó cũng rắc rối luôn này.
Cứ nhìn mà làm theo rồi đúng không? Nhìn và làm theo thôi mà không xong nhỉ?
Nó phải chỉnh bật cái căn phòng.
Rắc rối thật sự đấy.
That doesn't look like the painting we need,
Yeah.
Sherry.
As expected, but that doesn't mean it won't tell us anything.
Đầu não nó
Let's put it on the easel where it belongs.
Thật sự.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John? I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Một cái đường lân đường góc.
I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John? If the intruder didn't take it, the skull should be somewhere here.
Cái đường nó sẽ ở quanh.
Nothing behind it. I guess this is his most ordinary painting. Spot the two differences, John?
Cái đường lân đây rồi.
Monster was actually a man. Poor girl. John, you ought to be thrilled. We are now hunting the devil himself.
What were you saying, Sherry? I was too busy sketching the scene, you know, crimes and such like, daily routine. Did you find something?
A photograph. It depicts a man in a red suit with tails sprouting from his back and multiple people in masks watching the scene. It all adds up. But the act of love, it wasn't given willingly, John. It was a violation. And the girl, she was with child.
Give that to me now. Did you recognize someone?
No. Although the victim is not from Cordona, she is African. Look at the ritual scars on her face.
Get that image out of your brain. You have to continue the investigation.
I must speak to the landlady. Perhaps she saw or heard something.
Sherry, you cannot tell her the truth about Mercurio. It will hurt her.
John, that's illogical. Sooner or later, she will come here and discover a corpse, and I still need to talk to her.
Just avoid mentioning corpse, all right? Stick to the character, tell her to call the police.
I'll take that into account.
And wait here. I've redrawn the people in the photograph. Now you can proceed with your investigation without those horrific details.
Tận nơi của một euro. Một lục tuổi. Sì, dove la prima. Biết cải thẳng nên nó mất cái vị trí của cái thích. Hết rồi.
You always take me to the best of places, Sherry.
What's wrong, dear? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Can you tell me if anyone else has recently entered the flat?
Oh, you're talking about that limping man. I'm sorry I let him in. I was scared. And I thought maybe he would motivate you to find money so that you would pay your rent. No offense, dear.
Can you describe him?
Oh, so you weren't at home. I was so certain you didn't leave your flat that day. He was of average height, had a limp and a tattoo on his neck, and he was smoking Malpal cigarettes. My husband used to smoke those. They have a horrible smell I can recognize from a mile away.
Can I ask a favor?
Of course, dearie.
Please call the police and ask them to enter the flat. And don't look inside until they come up.
What? What trouble have you stepped in this time?
It really doesn't matter. Thank you, Mum.
Sherry, that was close. But you did everything correctly. Now, take off your outfit. I can't let you...
Okay, thay đổi.
You walk around in a dead man's clothes.
Okay. Cũng là một người đều cùng một người. Tên trộm muốn trộm bức ảnh. Ok, đúng rồi. Anh đang tại các bức. Cô gái mang bầu. Rồi kéo cả bác sĩ.
I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism. I think I'll leave the exhibition in its current state for a while. I'll call it The Art of Vandalism.
Thứ nhất là tôi chỉ thấy trong cái tranh này có những những em pha cái vết sẹo của bộ lọc trên mặt. Đây là những cái nằm cận chính thông tin nhịp cận chính đi xem
nó khiếp trông mặt trông cái này thôi. Đây, phác thảo kẻ lạm dụng đây. Rồi tôi tìm thấy và chúng tôi tham khảo. Anh em mà đã theo dõi phần sau rồi, chúng ta sẽ vạch mặt xem là tên tội phạm này là ai. Quá bệnh hoạn không thể tha cho hắn được anh em ạ. Nhá. Rất cảm ơn tất cả các em theo dõi. Bye bye. Rồi, ok, hello anh em. Nhiều đến tại châu Á. Tiếng Anh ông này thì nó là bối cảnh ở Hồng Kông anh em ạ. Anh em nào mà đọc về lịch sử Hồng Kông thì anh em cũng biết là Hồng Kông ngày xưa từng có một cái khu gọi là khu Cửu Long Trại Thành, một cái khu bang củi rêu, nói chung là ngoài vòng pháp luật, nơi hoạt động của các hội xã hội đen. Đấy, thế thì nó quay trở lại với trực tiếp game. Bảo luôn tôi quay gần. Hôm qua anh em bảo sao chị có thể nói là cái việc vẽ là cho bức đến cái rút cổ nó một số cái từ bức ảnh phòng ban cái trang muốn là tôi không khiêng tiền trả tôi bà bò nào mình sẽ cũng chính là cảnh tế nó không mới cái sẽ đến một trong rồi cái bộ này làm nào để quay lại không biết.
Take off your outfit. I can't let you walk around in it.
Ta vừa mới xong. Bây giờ bầu cô gái này thì tôi đang chưa biết. Cái này thì chắc chắn là đến tòa thị chính không thể tìm được rồi, vì cô ta không phải là người. Cô gái này đứng ở khu vực trong OCT này thôi. Cháu biết gì về cô này không? Ôi dồi, tôi không tin là ông ăn mặc sang trọng kinh chứ. Ai cái chun cái người. Đừng nghĩ vụ cái bộ mà giật má. Cái bộ này ngồi. Người khác đi ở đấy. Ăn xin à? Chị ơi, chị có biết chị này không? Biết chị này không? Ôi, vấn đề là cái lão cái khuôn mặt cô gái hình như là thu lần trước vậy. Ồ, ngon, ông già thì biết, mày quá.
May I ask for your assistance?
You look like an honorable man. I have some information for you.
Nằm dưới cầu Victoria Galadio, siêu Việt trong. Cầu Victoria này cũng đều giữa Galadio và Silver John. Cô Victoria đi ở bây giờ còn cái nằm dưới cầu Victoria giữa dưới cầu đấy là cầu đấy thử cho nó mình nhé
Từ đi.
Did you hear? Another sailor's drowned on the beach. What an idiot.
chạy tìm ra nên tại sao người thì phải chết đuối. Tìm ra nơi thì phải tính cả nguyên tắc, nó không phải là tự vậy rồi đấy. Vậy thì trên người ta rồi trên người ta là đúng vậy là ok đến cả cái này nữa.
Did you hear another sight?
Bắt đầu đến cả không tổng này là nếu nhưng mà bị thất là tổng của một siêu nhân tên mà phải là đầu con sẽ lọc.
Did you hear another sailor stranded on the...
Có mặt tại chỗ đúng rồi, đúng tóc của một siêu nhân đâu không thích gì đó. Một thủy thủ được phát hiện ra chết đuối trên bãi. Sao người đang nói về cái đó chỉ là mê tín dị đoan hay chính là nó? Chính rồi.
Ôi, nó là nhiệm vụ phụ à?
Nó có nhiều lắm, nhiều cái game này.
Does this poster truly claim that Cordona has a ghost?
Sợ rồi đấy.
Help me, please.
Mr. Fancy Clothes won't find any answers here.
Chơi không bao giờ hết quá.
Tự săn ma.
Are you able to help me?
My family is starving because of people like you. Go away.
Vấn đề là cái bộ cầu Victoria là đúng không? Nằm dưới cầu Victoria giữa Scalio và Silver trong này mà. Vấn đề là Scaladio và Silverton ở đâu? Ai gọi cầu Victoria khác?
Tôi đã đoán là cái Victoria ở đâu? Caladio ở đây. Và đây là Silverton. Thế này thì nằm giữa khu vực đấy là cái chân cầu này rồi. Đây này, có thể là một cái khu vực dân cư nào đấy nằm. Cháu ơi, tránh đường cho Bắc. Chúng ta vác người đấy ra. Chúng ta di chuyển vào đây. Anh chưa bảo là sao anh không có số anh em vẫn cứ kêu ca về cái việc là anh cứ cắt.
Silverton, Scaladio và Silverton. Dân tộc Inuit. Inuit với lại AV được dịch. Khu vực nào cũng nhiều người da đen.
Wow, người da đen.
Con này là người châu Phi mà. Con trong ảnh là người châu Phi mà. Cái con bị hại.
Hại chứ nhỉ? Vậy nó có làm gì mình?
Are you able to help me?
I don't trust men in fancy clothes.
Are you able to help me?
I don't talk to strangers.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking? About what?
Corona là chạy tin ạ. Mình với cậu
And dressed as what?
biết cầu hay sao? Phải biết cầu hay sao? Đi lại cầu này. Mắt này nhìn này nhưng mà bé lắm. Để có được cái cầu này.
Beasts!
Đây rồi. Dưới cầu à? Thì nó chỉ bảo nằm dưới cầu thì xong, còn dưới cầu là dưới hai cái gì.
Murderers!
They're completely livid.
Could you help me?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Sir, this place is off limits to the public. Please state your business or leave, or I shall request that the police escort you out.
My name is Sherlock Holmes. I'm from City Hall. They sent me to oversee the situation.
No, you're not. I'm the supervisor of the camp, and I'm the one who's handling the current situation on behalf of City Hall. Ronald Harlow at your service. Now, sir, tell me who you really are, or you'll have to explain yourself to the police. I have full authority to request they detain you.
Very well, Mr. Harlow. I am a private investigator. I'm looking for a witness on my case. Sherlock Holmes is my real name, though.
A private investigator? Really? Even so, you're not authorized. I can't let you in, so please, step back.
Quan sát phát cho nó biết nó sợ này. Cố để trông cẩn thận hơn. Trông bảo nằm trong nhà anh thấp kém, nhợt nhạt có bọng mắt. Muốn trông có uy quyền hơn, đi bắt bài thằng này ngay. Em tự chuyên nghiệp nó phải thế. Giờ là sợ ngay. Đổ mồ hôi bị áp lực. Là đang thi giải quyết không được, còn đổ mồ hôi đi mà đuổi làm thì chẳng không ra hồn. Ít vận động. Một nhân viên văn phòng tuổi trẻ khá thanh sao đang cố hết sức để giám sát một tại chính nạn do và chính giao cho. Anh ta không hài lòng lắm với trách nhiệm nhưng mà luôn làm một việc theo đúng quy tắc thực hiện hết mọi việc được ra, nhưng anh ta thiếu kinh nghiệm. Đấy, thiếu kinh nghiệm mà lại để giải quyết các vấn đề bên ngoài công việc bàn giấy của mình. Anh ta cố trông già hơn tuổi bằng cách nuôi bội chi nét thưa thớt, làn da nhợt nhạt và bỗng mắt cho anh cho thấy anh ta đang làm việc trong văn phòng thiếu ánh sáng mà khiến gây ra việc ở đó. Dựa trên đôi giày thì sẽ mà hầu như không có phần cũ của anh ta thì cũng đánh được. Anh ta mặc quần áo nó kiểu để trông có cái kiểu như bề ngoài của anh ta lại lạc kẹo thể chất của con bàn tay vẫn mồ hôi và cái lâu nào đang vô cùng căng thẳng chuyện thì cũng đúng rồi.
What about the murder that this crowd keeps shouting about?
It's mere assumption. I assure you that the situation is under the police's control.
I know you want to deal with this in the right way. You are obviously a professional and a responsible person, but you clearly have never handled a situation like this before.
I am handling it, Mr. Holmes. Don't question my capability here.
And tell me how you do it. You can't even calm this gathered crowd, and as for the police, they're not quite managing it either, are they? You consider yourself a problem solver, but until today, you've been solving problems sitting at your desk in a dark corner of a city hall room. Here, you need a more practical approach.
What are you driving at, Mr. Holmes?
I can help you to handle the situation if you're truly interested in solving things quickly and quietly.
And how exactly would you manage that?
Simply tell the police that I'm with City Hall and I'm permitted to investigate the scene. I'll work out the rest, but in return I need your help finding my witness. She's a young refugee. She's with child or was with child recently.
Look, there is indeed a dead body inside the camp. So even if the girl you are looking for is there, all the refugees are now being detained and interrogated by the police. They won't allow you to speak with her, and I can't do anything about that until the situation settles down.
So it's in our mutual interest to settle it.
Oh. I suppose that things are bad enough that I ought not shy away from help. All right, Mr. Holmes. I'll tell the police to allow you to come inside. Just tell me when you're ready.
Mr. Harlow, how did the refugees end up here exactly?
Oh, so you're not from around here yourself?
I've been away for some time, but I read the papers.
Yes, this whole story has been in the papers for almost a year now. They were smuggled to Cordona on a ship from Africa.
Smuggled? Then why didn't you deport them?
The smugglers managed to sneak them to shore and hide them inside an abandoned warehouse. When the police raided the warehouse and found the refugees there, the ship was already gone. We aren't even certain as to which ship it was. We have busy shipping routes with other colonies these days, you see.
So you decided to lock them up under a bridge?
There was no other option. We're still trying to work out what to do with them. I only hope we'll find a humane solution and not put them on a raft and float them out to sea.
Mr. Harlow, what exactly do you do here? What are your responsibilities?
What I do and what I am responsible for are two different realities, Mr. Holmes. On paper, I am in charge of the camp territory, security, provision, and the refugees in general. What I actually do most of the time is knock on every city hall door trying to obtain some funding, or at least rations for the camp.
The police here on City Hall's behalf too?
They are, minus those who came here after the body was found. The governor won't let the refugees disperse into the island, so there's a significant police presence guarding the camp. Naturally, they answer directly to the police. I have some influence here, but I'm not their direct authority.
I'm ready to take a look at the scene.
All right. Go inside the camp and find Inspector Tewkesbury. He's the officer investigating the scene. Tell him I sent you. Say you're an independent expert from City Hall. He'll fill in the details for you.
I'll find my way with words. Thank you, Mr. Harlow.
Murder! Beasts!
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
So they keep these refugees under a bridge like proverbial trolls. No wonder the people outside are so disturbed.
Who the hell are you? How did you get in here?
Mr. Ronald Harlow let me in, sir. I'm Sherlock Holmes, a surveyor of refugee affairs with City Hall. You're Inspector Tewkesbury, I presume?
A surveyor? What does that even mean?
In short, I've been sent to conduct an extensive report on the incident for the Colonial Office and to assess all the damage inflicted on state property.
Got it. Another paperworm sent to count money and get food for archive mold. Go on, look around, but don't make yourself too at home. As if I didn't have enough problems before you appeared.
Could you first tell me what happened here?
What happened? People from the bridge above the camp heard a woman screaming and saw a mass of refugees attacking a man. Clearly not a refugee. When the camp guards came by, the man was floating in the sewage canal with a knife in his chest. Bam. A murder. Big news for Cordona.
I'm sure. Thank you, Inspector. Did you learn anything about the dead man?
The fellow looks like a thug. I've had dozens like him fished out of the sea over the past 20 years. Ever since these refugees arrived, there have been people on Cordona with bad blood in them. My best bet is that this thug had something against them too.
And no clue as to his identity?
He had some items on his body, but nothing to indicate who he was or where he was from.
I think I should catalogue his possessions in my records.
Go on. They're on the table near the body.
Do you have any suspects yet?
You're joking, right? I've got a whole camp full of suspects. And if you ask me, this bloke had it coming. Better bury him and forget about the whole thing. And now there's a crowd gathered at the camp, and my superiors say we must thoroughly interrogate the refugees. At least those who can understand any English.
Do you believe that your superiors wish to get rid of the refugees?
I think that both our superiors would rather keep the story quiet. Since that's an unaffordable luxury now, they're looking how to protect their public image. That's why I have to waste my time waiting for my people to turn every stone and befriend every refugee.
And none of the refugees were harmed?
One fellow was cut. He's lying over there near their kitchen. He's in a bad way.
You mentioned a woman screaming who attracted the bypassers on the bridge. Was she harmed?
No, she's all right, but perhaps the whole debacle started because of her. She started wailing and the refugees stood up for the girl.
And where is this young woman now?
Back there in the shacks, same as the rest of the refugees. She's been questioned by my men, but she's just some refugee girl. Can't understand much English.
Here we go again. Number of hours on Cordona before stumbling upon another dead body? 0.
Clearly a left handprint here.
Có một cái trái ở đây.
A furrow in the ground. A blood trail leading to or from the canal. A fresh crack, as if the crate was hit recently. Someone bled profusely here. Malpal, soaked with salt water. £1,000. A fair sum, especially considering British currency isn't very common in Cordona. A simple leather sheath. Perfect for a dirk. An interesting tattoo. Does it mean something? Coal dust under the nails. I don't see much coal around here. Heavy boots, with one sole far more worn than the other. This man was limping John.
tìm đến ai là người ấy chết rồi. Bây giờ
A steel dirk, sharp, a common accessory among sailors and soldiers. I'd say the blade penetrated upward, however the wound is too messy to be certain. A violent death. This man, limping, coal dust. I think we're onto something here, John.
có mình mối. Không được biết. Hình như phòng trưng bày của người thích.
Can I ask you a question?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Trần.
A man's footprint. A heavy boot with a worn-out sole. Police boots. Always happy to trample evidence. Oh, carnelian agate beads, a traditional African adornment. The blood sprayed off the blade after the strike. It might have been used as an improvised weapon. No hint of blood or impact. Someone was dragged against their will. The cut is deep, potentially serious if not treated immediately. He is in shock, feverish and dehydrated.
Sherry, you know first aid. Surely you have a duty to help this man. You can't leave him to certain death.
You know what? I'd like to understand.
What?
How did our dead man end up inside the camp in the first place?
The refugees have been detained and will not leave until all the circumstances are clarified.
That will kill, not save him.
Back off.
No one deserves to end up in a place like this.
Kiếm thứ gì đó làm sạch vết thương, thứ gì đó có thể làm nó bằng thương.
I'll use it to create a solution. Someone was dragged against their will.
These events have fractured into so many pieces. But I know you can collect them all, Sherlock.
I'm afraid these leaves can only be added to tea. I can use this to stop the infection from spreading. Do you know anything about this?
A solid question. Sir, but I don't have the answer.
Just washed. Better than nothing to bandage the wound. I've collated all the ingredients, now to prepare the first aid solution. If they find out about the passage, everything will go to hell. If they find out about... Nobody will know anything if you keep your bloody mouth shut.
Sherry, just look at this. Living quarters in a sewer. What kind of a genius bureaucrat came up with this idea?
Is this familiar to you?
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Murder! Beasts!
Làm phân tích hóa học rồi, rồi lại thêm một chất nữa rồi. Ấy, cái chất này là gì đây? Giảm lượng chất, loại một chất ra khỏi giá trị chất thở. Thở thôi. -3
thấy chứ.
-2 là trừ nó chỉ ngược lại của kìa. Bây giờ là -3 -4 với lại 5. -2 -1 là -3 -5 cộng 2 là -3 với lại 5 nữa. 4 đủ dấu được -5 -4. Ok, hiểu rồi. Đổi dấu cho tay 4 này. Ok là -4. Còn cái này với cái này cộng vào đây là -2 -3 -2 -3 -4. Xong cái này là cộng một cái nữa ở đây -2 -3 -4 này, cộng một cái nữa là đi giảm giá trị của cái thằng này. -3 -4 -5 này là đâu dương 5 mà nhỉ, cái cuối là dương 5. Mình sai cái phần này rồi, này là phải đâm thẳng ra đây. Này cộng giá trị cái thằng này. -3 -4 thằng này ra đây. -3 -4 dương 5 xác nhận được luôn, thật là nhanh. Đây.
Thank you. This should make you feel better, my friend. Now remain lying down and drink as much water as you can.
Well done, Sherry. At least he won't die from the infection.
Back off.
Người ta để vào nhé. Rồi tiếp tục tiến nào. Cái này nó chạy như thế nào? Rồi.
Roadman's cigarettes. A brand highly regarded by law enforcement officers. A single Malpal butt. So there wasn't any sophisticated infiltration plan. The good old police just let the man into the camp. Now we have everything we need to get the full picture of what happened at the camp.
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
I hope I'm not making a grave mistake in trusting you, Mr. Holmes. I hope I'm not making a grave mistake in trusting you, Mr. Holmes.
Can I ask you a question?
Sorry, but I've never heard of it.
Murder! Beasts!
May I ask you something?
Doesn't remind me of anything. Someone else can help better, sir.
You obviously haven't thought this all through. Or are you just annoying these people on purpose?
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Do you know anything about this?
I can't help you, friend.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
Is this familiar to you?
I'm sorry, but I've never heard of that.
Help me, please.
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Everyone's looking at us, Sherry. You sure you know what you're doing?
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
Murder! Beasts!
Could you help me?
I can't help you, friend.
Could you help me?
So you think if we have money, we should bow to your whims? No, sir.
Can you satisfy my curiosity?
I'm so sorry. I can't help you, sir.
Time to check your who, what, and what, Sherry. Who are you asking? About what and dressed as what?
Are you able to help me?
I would never refuse a nobleman, but I know nothing, sir.
Are you able to help me?
I'm very sorry, sir, but I can't.
Everyone's looking at us, Sherry. You sure you know what you're doing?
Could you help me?
Sorry, but I never heard of this.
I hope I'm not making a grave mistake in trusting you, Mr. Holmes.
Đập lại hiện trường. Điều khiển này. Một. Qua.
So, we have a thug who came to take a refugee woman with him. She resisted, but he dragged her by force. One of the refugees stood in his way, armed with a stick, yet he could do nothing against a cutthroat with a blade. The man didn't anticipate that the other refugees would intervene and stand against him. In the confusion, the woman managed to break free. The thug took fright and fled. He was stopped by the falling crates. He stumbled and fell, piercing his chest with his own blade. However, the wound didn't cause instant death. He managed to stand, but still bleeding, he lost his balance on the bridge and fell. Before all of this, the man had freely entered the camp through the main entrance. The police admitted him after they had a short smoke together.
You live by the sword, you die by the sword. In our man's case, it's the same sword.
Đừng bắt cóc cô gái. Cũng bắt cô gái. Tên tên này là tên để bắt cóc.
Is this familiar to you?
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Mr. Harlow, your refugees didn't murder anyone.
What? Pray tell me what you've learned.
All right, listen carefully. This might solve one problem for you, but will create a few more.
Oh, well, that's a great start.
The man came to the camp intending to kidnap one of your refugees, a woman. What he didn't expect was that the refugees would stand up to protect the woman. A brawl had broken out. In the chaos of it, the man stumbled over those crates and fell on his own blade.
How do you know he fell on his own blade?
The wound in his chest was inflicted from an unusual angle. It was not an offensive stab, shall we say. The refugees didn't touch him. And judging by the blood at the scene, the intruder managed to raise himself but was unable to walk very far. He ultimately fell into the canal.
But how did he sneak into the camp? Why didn't the police see him?
And this is where your new problems emerge, Mr. Harlow.
What do you mean?
You're not a dull-witted man. You know what I mean. There is no feasible way to get into the camp without the police guards knowing of it.
The pile of mess I had to sort out has just become bigger, but somehow that doesn't surprise me. Anyway, I thank you for your help, Mr. Holmes. I'll take it from here. Meanwhile, I'll make sure the police aren't detaining the refugees any longer. You can go back in and look for your witness.
Do you think one small clerk can make any difference in this place?
Who knows, John? Just one ill-fitting cog could make the whole machine crumble.
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
Can I ask you a question?
I can't help you, friends.
Co bị thằng kia. Nước đã vết. Nó dễ. Chúng ta cái xong rồi nhóc. À, mình sẽ đưa ra một số nào không có.
You still here?
Cậu có ở đây à? Mình sẽ đưa ra một số chứng cứ nhá. Đầu tiên là
Murder! Beasts!
You still here? Don't bother someone else with this, son. I've already told you all I've learned. Your problem, not mine. Don't bother someone else with this, son.
The guards at the sewers were speaking about taking refugees out of the camp. Do you know anything about this, Inspector?
Less than you do, obviously.
And this doesn't bother you as an officer of the law?
I can neither punish them nor put them on the right track, if that's what you're asking. Maybe your friends at City Hall could do something about it, but I seriously doubt that. To be honest, I'm sick and tired of being frowned on for my uniform. If those fine gentlemen you've eavesdropped on are in some shady business, that's on their heads. You're disturbing a hornet's nest here, son.
I owe you a lot, Mr. Holmes.
Who isn't allowed to visit the crime scene these days?
May I ask you something?
Nothing I can tell you, sir, but others might know more.
Thì đưa người tị nạn ra khỏi đây với tư cách mọi cái đó chính là không quan tâm gì tới cái sự an nguy của những người tị nạn cả, cũng đúng thôi. Cái này cũng dễ hiểu, khó lắm. Kẻ làm thế nào đột nhập vào được đây à? Kẻ làm thế nào đột có thể đi bằng vậy, có nghĩa là có sự kết hợp rồi anh em ạ. Tôi nghĩ là có sự phối hợp rồi.
May I ask you something?
They often take us from the camps to work. Most don't mind, though. It's the only way we get a glimpse of freedom.
So there's a smuggling ring in the camp. This wasn't the first time that someone freely entered the camp to take a refugee out.
At least it was certainly his last time. My gut tells me that we'll learn more about this ring when we find out where the thug came from.
Could you help me?
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Excuse me, just one question.
Sorry. We don't see much here.
Is this familiar to you?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
This isn't working. You might need a different tack.
You're the one who tended to our man's wounds. I thank you greatly. The police didn't allow us to help him.
The police will leave you alone now. I've proven to them that the man who came into the camp died due to his own foolishness.
Thank you for standing up for us. But nobody would help us without a reason. You're here because you want something.
Yes, I do. I need to speak with the girl drawn here.
The dead man came for her too. He wanted to take the girl away, but we won't allow her to be hurt again. What do you want from Nayla?
Nayla. She was hurt some time ago. I'm here to find the people who did this and bring them to justice. And to find them, I need Nayla's help. Will you let me speak to her?
Justice. There's no justice on this land. But you helped us, so maybe your words are not empty. You can speak to Nayla, if she wants it. But I will be watching you.
Hello, Nayla? My name is Sherlock. I know someone hurt you. I am here to help. I'm trying to find the people involved and bring them to justice. Please. There is a photograph, and I'm sorry, it is terrible, but I simply must ask. Where did this happen? What can you tell me about these people? Christ, Sherlock. Nayla, I'm sorry. I'm not very good at this.
You come here for me, but you are rude and cruel and condescending. A cross. The man had this cross. Now go away. Leave us be. I do not need another white man's help.
Oh, glad that wasn't me.
Not my best work, John, by a long shot. Nayla doesn't want us meddling. I'm starting to wonder what this all achieves.
But she helped you anyway. Now we know that maniac's face and the cross he wore, we can still catch him.
You still here?
The intruder has a most peculiar tattoo on his neck, 2 lines and a point. Do you know anything about it?
You really want to know, kid? Why? You want to play a policeman or something?
I'm sure you have it in your records, so it won't hurt if I have it in mine.
In my records, it's just a tattoo, as it should be in yours. Ah, to hell with you. Suit yourself as to what you're going to do with it. Off the record, though, such tattoos are often connected to a man named Mr. Niccolo Bernadotti.
Bernadotti, you say?
A respectable businessman in Scaladio. His company imports goods and wines, and smuggles everything that can be smuggled between the colonies and the mainland. His people can be identified by an obscure tattoo, just like the one over there our friend has. But these are all merely rumors, you see. If Mr. Bernadotti was a criminal, he'd be in prison now. Or hanged, right?
I'm curious, how did Mycroft recruit you? I doubt you're a field agent. I imagine you work with intelligence.
That's correct. Your brother noticed me when I tracked down a spy at the archives. That's how our cooperation began. And you? Did Mycroft force you into this?
Not at all. We simply have a mutual interest in someone. Or something.
Of course. A fruitful and willing collaboration, I'm sure.
Well, I'm his younger brother. I have to accept the consequences of being a close relative of an official figure.
I suppose, in a way, we are colleagues, Mr. Holmes.
In the remotest way possible, Miss Oni. May I ask you something?
A solid question, sir, but I don't have the answer.
Nice to see you.
Have you found anything helpful?
Hoặc là có thể là thuốc lá của mà thằng kia nhá. Ok. Đáng lẽ mình phải lấy niềm tin đã, hỏi thăm sức khỏe sức khiết đã. Hoặc là không chuyện thật nguy hiệu không. Án của tôi là Trương, tôi sẽ đi tìm hiểu xem cái xem đó. Giờ rất người có bọn thức ăn nó để cho bọn người ngoài. Đấy. Thì chính của tôi là cứ cắt tôi. Thực ra thì hồi đầu thằng sát nhân thì chết. Tìm cái thằng Thomas Norton ở trong này đã. Hỏi thử bạn này xem có biết gì về Thomas Norton ở đấy không.
Have you found anything helpful?
Nó biết à? Cay nhở? À đây. Đây.
If you're here on matters of signing up for military service, come back tomorrow. Our department needs to straighten out some business. Why are you staring at me like I'm a Madame Tussauds figure? Didn't you hear what I just said?
On my way here, I was wondering whether you might regret what you did. I tried my best to retain at least a shred of faith in humanity. I had hoped that you would hear her scream, see her face in your dreams, or at least once ask yourself how Naylor might feel.
Who?
Neither of my hopes were fulfilled.
Why are you here?
I came to talk. I have a solid piece of evidence that proves you guilty of the violation of a young girl.
What kind of evidence? The silly painting? That's ridiculous. Rumors. Don't listen to a word of it.
I wouldn't call it solid if it were just a painting. I have a photograph that would be enough to cause a scandal at the very least, not to mention criminal consequences.
A photograph? Oh, so you've plucked up courage to finally come here. I won't pay you a single coin until I see the photograph for myself.
I'm not interested in money. I came here to hear your version of what took place. I'm not in the habit of making rash decisions.
Not in the habit? Well, it didn't seem like that from the letter you wrote.
I've never written a single word to you. That's not my style. I'm more direct. But in exchange for my patience, I demand your full cooperation. I need you to tell me everything.
Fine. I suppose now we have a nice long talk. Do you drink, Mr.
Sherlock Holmes? And I do not.
Shame. All the best discussions are accompanied by a glass of whiskey. But out of respect for you, I won't drink either.
Respect? That's an unusual word in your mouth, Mr.
Where are my manners? My name is Thomas Norton, a British envoy in Cordona on a military mission. So, where do we start?
So, let's return to the beginning. What happened at the party?
I vaguely remember that night. As usual at such parties, you meet people, you talk with them, they invite you to spend some time alone with them. What can I say? I got myself mixed up with the wrong company, and somebody must have mixed some psychoactive substance in my drink. After that, it's all blurry. I completely lost my sanity. I made a terrible mistake which I regret deeply.
You don't say. Do refugee girls often appear on the menu at those types of parties?
It's rather rare.
So you didn't attend the party to engage in an exotic experience involving a vulnerable woman unable to accuse you of assault?
I would never have planned such a terrible thing. What happened was just bad circumstance.
Boniface Mercurio, does the name mean anything to you?
He's an artist, right?
The one responsible for the painting that compromises you. I found him dead in his room.
Oh, that is bad. Wait, you don't think that I have anything to do with this?
You had motive to kill him.
Maybe I did, but listen. I know how this looks, but murder? That's on another level. I had thoughts that this Mercutio...
Mercurio?
Well, him, yes. I thought he could have been the blackmailer. But I was too afraid to make any hasty decisions. There were plenty of ways to fail by making a move, so I chose to wait. To see what he would do next. You have to believe me.
I don't believe people, I believe evidence.
Then look at the evidence.
You mentioned blackmail. Tell me about it.
All right. A couple of days ago, I received an anonymous letter. It said that in the art gallery at Caravansary there exists a painting that incriminates me. The blackmailer made it clear that if there is a painting, then a photograph exists too. And I should be wary of what it might do to my reputation.
What does the blackmailer want from you?
Money, of course. What else do such people want? Needless to say, I don't remember anyone taking photographs at the party. Up until the last moment, I hoped he was bluffing. But he wasn't, as you've just proven to me.
Show me the letter.
I burnt it as soon as I read it. I've left enough evidence. There's no need for any more.
The painting that depicted you in the image of the devil was stolen by a mercenary. Did you have anything to do with it?
I might be a rotten person, sir, but hiring criminals for illicit purposes is not in my daily schedule.
And buying the painting in an attempt to hide the crime, is that on your daily schedule?
What would you do in my situation?
I would never put myself in such a situation.
You're young. I could never have imagined myself in my current position. Yet, here I am in front of you. We all make mistakes, Mr. Holmes. And I'm no exception. Mr. Holmes, I've built my entire career on hard work and uncompromising dedication to the Crown. I made a mistake. But I'm not a villain from some cheap adventure fiction. By putting me behind bars, you will benefit precisely no one.
Rotting in prison is the least you deserve, but I have a better idea. You will make amends and help the ones you hurt. Use your connections to help patriate the refugees, find them decent homes, give them jobs. There must be a meaning to your position and my decision.
Yes, all right, I can do that. So, will you give me the photograph now?
That's not all. Naylor deserves the very utmost of what you can do.
Help the girl? I can't risk the press paying extra attention to her. I will do anything except that.
I need to think this all through. Don't do anything foolish in the meantime.
What makes you think you can decide what's best for these people?
Such is the arrogance of British imperialism. I take your point.
Gedung Radio Gaza Radio Penyalok Zaman gitu ya. Ồ, buồn ngủ quá. Hả?
Hắn tự mình quá là ngủ à?
Nãy giờ nghe ngồi nó kể chuyện nó nói nhiều rồi nó.
Chết thật.
It seems they're not expecting guests.
I won't wait for an invitation, John.
These workers don't look like your average Cordona folk.
They're refugees from the camp.
That's our way in, Sherry.
Hey, yo. This is private property. You lost something.
I'm here to discuss business with Mr. Bernadotti. I tried the front door, but...
Mr. Bernadotti isn't seeing anyone. You have 3 seconds to walk away or you'll never walk again. Capito?
It's in Mr. Bernadotti's best interest to...
1.
Listen, the man Bernadotti sent to...
2.
I did try to resolve this peacefully.
Không bắt tía thì cho đỡ thì có người ngộ.
I'm coming for you.
Phát gì vậy?
I couldn't miss the party.
Take a rest, my friend.
Bắn tàu à?
Don't bother moving. You've lost.
Đang đến cái đoạn này rõ rệt.
Dodge this! I couldn't miss the party.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready.
I couldn't miss the party.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Too simple.
The snuff's ready. He's all yours now. Go for it.
Don't bother.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Don't cry, you'll live.
The snuff's ready. Give him the pepper snuff. The snuff's ready.
Too simple.
Give him the pepper snuff.
Phải đi vẫn được phải dân tới cùng mình.
Sherry, look. This seems familiar.
A Dogon statue from West Africa. A century old at least. Masks, traditional for the Chokwe people of Central Africa. VH Grindley Flow Blue tableware. This is what lies behind the facade of Bernadotte Company Limited. Let's see what's hidden there. Vogel's stolen painting. Isn't it curious how it developed into a much more interesting case?
No, sir. Don't hurt me.
It's all right. I won't harm you.
Like you didn't harm the folks on the way here?
Are you able to help me?
Sorry, we don't see much here.
An amazing piece of culture. I imagine many collectors and museums would be interested in having it.
Don't come any closer. One step and I'll shred you to pieces.
Keep standing in my way and no one will ever see you again.
Righto. Yes. Yep. Well, excuse me, sir. I think I hear... I've got to... It's better I leave.
Whoa. Oh, wow. That was as if somebody put my words in your mouth. This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
Please don't shoot me. I have a family. Spare me. Spare me.
I suppose it's Mr. Bernadotte with our fine governor. 1875. It's taken a few years back. John, how many people in Cordona have a photograph with the governor, do you think?
You definitely don't. This is it. This is where all the magic happens.
So, you've cut through all the guards just to talk to me. Then come here, and we shall talk. Whenever you're ready. I'd hate to intrude.
Niccolo Bernadotte, I presume? The name is Sherlock Holmes, and I'm afraid I bring bad tidings.
Is that so?
The man you sent to the refugee camp failed in his task. He impaled himself on his own blade. Clumsy and chaotic end.
For a man who just broke onto my property, you are more businessman than brute. You have my attention, Mr. Holmes. Do not waste it.
Mr. Bernadotte, do you know the name Boniface Mercurio?
I do not.
Mercurio was a local artist. Recently, a man broke into his apartment, ransacked the place, and killed him. The thief was looking for something.
You are testing my patience, boy.
In a moment, the connection will reveal itself. I was hired, privately, to investigate the recent theft of a painting from an art gallery. My investigation led me to a man from your organization, and thus, to you, Mr. Bernadotte.
That is quite a stretch. Why would I need to steal a painting when I could buy anyone I wanted?
Interestingly enough, I spotted the stolen painting in your storeroom.
I buy and sell a lot of things, Mr. Holmes. Unfortunately, if this is true, it is not the first time I have been sold stolen merchandise. I presume you were hired by the owner of the gallery. Tell them to contact me, and we'll sort out the situation. So, this painting is why you broke into my office.
As I said, your man was found dead in the refugee camp. He was there to kidnap a woman, but the other refugees intervened to try and save her. The ensuing scuffle resulted in the man's accidental suicide. He sported the same tattoo as your men in this building. In fact, it also bears a resemblance to the one on your neck. Care to explain what business your man had with this woman?
You have no idea what you are talking about. I can assure you this was no kidnapping. The refugees in the camp are on edge. What happened there is a tragic accident, one I am not responsible for.
For what reason was your man there if not to abduct her?
Why would I answer? You are yet to justify your presence in the slightest. So many words, so little action. When you barged into my office, Mr. Holmes, I got the impression you wanted to talk business. Now I see you had come just to talk. Tell me exactly what you want, or get out.
It was necessary groundwork for what comes next. I have enough evidence to conclude that the gallery thief, the artist's killer, and the dead man in the camp are all the same person.
Your time is almost up, Mr. Holmes.
Before you draw your gun, there is one final detail I am yet to mention. The young woman your man was tasked to collect from the refugee camp had been defiled at a perverse masquerade party. That violation was captured in a photograph by Boniface Mercurio and used as a reference for his painting. The photo shows the attacker's face.
Finally. That's why you're here, Mr. Holmes. You have the photograph.
It is what your man was after when he broke into Mercurio's apartment, and it is what you're after too, isn't it, Mr. Bernadotti?
You have the photograph with you. How much do you want for it?
I am not naive enough to carry it with me, but I am yet to decide what I shall do with it. I know the man in the photo is a British envoy. What interest do you have in his downfall?
I must admit, I'm rather impressed by how comprehensively you have pursued this matter. And so, you deserve the honest answer. My business dealings are often arduous in their bureaucracy. A man in his position, willing to look the other way, could ease my work significantly. In return, I will make sure no one looks his way either. A favor for a favor.
Also known as blackmail, the modus operandi of any true professional.
It was not originally my idea. Mercurio set things in motion, extorting the envoy for the most trivial of ends. Money. In response, the envoy hired my man to retrieve the painting and the photograph, eliminating Mercurio's leverage. I only learned the whole story after the artist was killed in his home.
And rather than extricate yourself, instead you took over Mercurio's venture.
It fell into my lap. As a businessman, I simply seized the opportunity. Now, how much do you want for the image?
Rồi. Ngủ quá. Ủa nhiều cái đang chơi như cái nhắm mắt ngủ đấy giờ.
Thôi cố làm gì?
Thôi để nghỉ ngủ tí đã, chiều có dậy được thì chơi, không dậy lại đi làm.
Thì thôi. Chơi bao nhiêu tiếng còn gì đó đúng không?
Lâu nay không có ngủ giờ này bao giờ. Nguyên này chắc khắc xong rồi.
Thế là bạn bị lệch giờ đấy. Ngủ thế là nó quen giấc là lệch giờ. Đợt trước tôi cũng bị lệch giờ chỉnh mãi. Đến cái lúc cần ngủ xong rồi nó cứ tỉnh thao láo ấy. Không ngủ được.
Bye bye, see you again. Chọn theo cái cảm tính của riêng mình. Ok, rồi, rất cảm ơn tất cả các anh em theo dõi cho anh em một buổi. Tôi nghĩ là ngày hôm nay chúng ta trên đây thôi anh em ạ. Rất cảm ơn tất cả các anh em đã theo dõi. Tất nhiên rồi, tùy theo mỗi người mà sẽ có sự lựa chọn khác nhau. Sẽ có những anh em sẽ chọn phương án khác tôi. Và tôi lựa chọn ở đây thì tôi hoàn toàn lựa chọn theo cái cảm tính của riêng mình. Ok, rồi, rất cảm ơn tất cả các anh em theo dõi cho anh em một buổi tối vui vẻ bên gia đình. Rồi, ok, hello anh em. Ngày hôm nay mời tất cả hôm tại 9 triệu cho đến 20 triệu phù hợp luôn mà. Bát. Đúng. Ai.
The painting.
Rồi, ok, hello anh em. Thế là bởi vì người ta ở trong ấy. Đây, đường này. Rồi, ok, hello anh em. Nó quay trở lại với trực tiếp game. Ngày hôm nay thì chúng ta lại quay trở lại với vụ án có thể nói là ướt át nhất mà tôi từng chơi trong các series Sherlock Holmes từ xưa đến giờ luôn. Ok, vào luôn, tôi biết nhiều anh em trông đợi lắm. Rồi, quay trở lại với Sherlock Holmes Chapter 1 thì nếu anh em còn nhớ trước tôi chơi, chúng ta đang tới một cái vụ án bí ẩn. Vụ án có liên quan tới một tay họa sĩ đây. Anh em có thể thấy tay họa sĩ đây, tôi đang cải trang giống thanh niên đấy nhá. Hôm qua anh em
Thôi, tôi đi ngủ cái ha.
Ok,
Dậy tí sau.
ngồi đi.